Kiriko is easily one of the strongest supports in all of Overwatch 2, and she's been that way for years. I'm gonna cut to the chase. You already know how this works. I got a player from every single rank to review to see how you could better play Kiriko in your games to rank up faster. So without further ado, let's start off with bronze.
Let's just see where we are at here. Alright, yeah. Oh, she died immediately. I want to watch like 1 or 2 fights until I really get an idea of what's going on. And then I'll start suggesting. I mean, you're already down a player. You only have 1 support. That definitely doesn't make things easy. That's unfortunate.
Done playing around. Draw strength from nature.
Let's see. Fight number 2. Okay. All right, so it seems like this fight's going to go on for a little longer than normal, which is fine. There's a few things that I can recognize here already. Like probably like 2 or 3 things. Can you see my like writing, by the way?
I can.
All right, awesome. Number 1 is that bronze is a rank where things take a really long time. I mean, this was like 1 minute and 20 seconds so far into the match, and like nothing. I don't even think. Yeah, the point hasn't even been touched yet. So you have to realize though that like while your team is kind of getting dunked on right now, the enemy team, if there was an ounce of pressure on them, would probably fall over nearly immediately, or at least they would not be able to just like react to it as fast as like maybe someone in plat or gold would be able to. So realizing this, even if you think your aim is bad, which to be honest, it's not. Even if your aim is bad, just by taking the approach of trying to do more damage and poke them early, gets so much value in this rank. Like, to be honest, with Kiriko, if you're gonna climb in bronze as Kiriko, I would say just like almost being like a tracer or like a Genji and just flanking and trying to like hit headshots on like maybe if we want to go, for example, like rotate up here and then just say, I don't even care about healing my team. I'm literally just going to shoot this Hanzo. Like that is an idea that could work in bronze, because if you get this pick and it's a 5v4, like you're pretty much going to win the fight.
Okay.
I don't suggest doing this in really a lot of other ranks simply because it's now that everyone has like 250 HP, it's harder for Kiriko to do that. And that's why it's even harder now than it was before to climb out of bronze as Kiri. I think she's one of the harder ones. But to be honest, it still stands in bronze and silver where it's like literally just do damage and try to like get some pressure early. Because if you pressure the enemy early, then they're not going to be shooting your team. And then it doesn't matter how bad your teammates are, they will eventually kill something. Okay. So damage number 1 is the big thing. Number 2 is that your healing does track people, but you have to still aim it close enough so that it actually tracks them. I'm going to talk with you later about that just for the sake of time, but there's different styles of aim, and we'll talk about that more in depth just because it's not really appropriate to talk about right now, but just keep that idea in mind. The other thing is just with Suzu, we're going to take a look at that ability throughout this VOD, but that's going to be our main focus. What I want you to just know now is that in general, you can be doing a lot more damage. We're going to look at Suzu, and then we'll talk about the healing at the end. Okay. Suzu being your E, it's the...
Yep.
Yeah, just to make sure we're all on the same page. Right here, there's a lot of downtime. Honestly, like poking and trying to just deal some damage is very, very beneficial. Good job getting out. I feel like what the problem is though, and this is a problem like even I had when I first switched to PC, is like we're afraid to take duels and take shots because we think our aim is bad.
Sure.
But the reason why our aim is bad is because we're not taking duels. If we never practice, we never get better.
I had that that thought process. Few times throughout the last week that, because I caught, like, I do a lot of self-analysis, like self-analyze like myself inside a good game and outside. I think that's normal for humans, but
Yeah.
That was one thing that I try to push myself to do, like at least in this game. But when you're like immersed, sometimes the natural instinct just kind of like, it's hard to break that habit.
And I'll have tools for you to break that natural instinct again at the end. I have a code that will help you out 100%. But just realizing that that might be what's happening definitely will help you out a lot. Situations like this is one thing I really want to see, just because like characters like not Mercy, but characters like Echo and Farah are seeing a lot of play in higher elos. Understand that a shot like this into the sky, even I'm not hitting that. So don't waste your time shooting that kind of target. But I like that you're allowing yourself to take the shot, if that makes sense. Like if the shot is too hard to hit, like obviously all the way up in the sky, you're not gonna be able to find this pick. Like don't worry about it. Just realize some shots are just gonna be crazy hard to hit. It's just better to run back to your team or let them deal with it. The other thing is, like, I don't think TPing onto an ally to, like, get a kill is always good in any other rank. But I think in bronze, you can TP to your allies and just take a 2v1 and just do damage. Like, understand that playing in bronze, the way you win in bronze is not how you win in GM. It's a completely different play style. And when you realize it's a play style, it'll actually make you better when you're playing in, like, a more coordinated environment, too.
Yeah, typically I hold it for a defensive, like a get out, kind of like Moira.
Yes.
Or, I guess.
Which is correct. That is the correct use of the ability. It's supposed to be like to get out of a situation, or maybe you want to look for damage early in the fight and then TP back. You don't really want to use it to get in, usually.
Yeah.
But in this elo, it's like so much BS is happening, you might as well just embrace it. And if you can just absolutely gap people and just aim better and just kill everyone, like, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there would have been a great time to Suzu, but retrospect.
Yeah, this is when I learned you can climb up this wall.
You can climb up this wall, you're just not looking at it at a harsh enough angle.
Gotcha.
You have to be looking straight on it. Which might be like your sensitivity being too low, because do you know what your DPI is off the top of your head?
800.
Yeah, 800, like 4 sensitivity in Overwatch. Like 4 sensitivity in Overwatch is considered very low for your DPI, like extremely low.
Okay.
So we could talk about sensitivity too if you feel like it's too slow. But I think 800 DPI 4 sens is still in a decent ballpark.
Okay.
It's more so just making sure you have enough like mouse pad space and being comfortable with different things. But that's, again, we can have that discussion eventually. I like that Kiri ult. Honestly, I just don't know why your team is running backwards. Interesting. Yeah, Kiri ults at this rank are never going to be really great. So the big thing that I think about, though, and this is what I really want to focus on, it's really going to be like how aggressive are you being with damage is the one part. The number 2 part is the Suzu. The thing that you want to do with Suzu, and this is a problem that everyone has in every rank, is that you really want to think, does that person really need Suzu in that moment? Or could I just heal through the damage? Because the big thing is you don't want to waste Suzu when they don't need it. And it's a tendency that everyone has. And the quicker you break it, the better of a player you'll be. In this kind of situation where you had Kiri ult and you're healing really fast and this is a queen, I don't think she needed a Suzu right away. This wasn't as bad as some of the other uses I saw earlier, but I just wanted to start getting this concept as we get deeper in the VOD here.
Okay.
Like this whole time, especially in bronze where people aren't really as efficient with the damage as they could be. Definitely gonna be able to hold Suzu for a lot longer and maybe even use it for yourself if you want to get aggressive. Like right here, I honestly, if I was playing in bronze, I would just walk in and start trying to kill people. That's a fine Suzu. It sucks that you had a TP, but like, I think it's so funny that you TP'd into 4 people and they didn't even hit you. So it's like, this goes to show that you really could just start dueling in bronze and probably get to silver in a day.
Okay.
To be honest, like even with your mechanical skill set right now, I still think if you just took the initiative, you still probably would just run through this rank pretty fast.
Well, I initially started out in silver 4.
Okay. I mean, you definitely don't seem like lost. It more so just seems like there are some mechanical things that we could get a lot better at. Even I'm not hitting those shots consistently, is what I'm trying to say.
Fair.
Yep, I'm fine with that, Suzu. I like that you were trying to do damage. Unlucky that we missed shots, but like this is the right idea, and that's all that matters. Oh, wait. Gap him, gap him. It's one. Yes! See, like that's how you're going to carry out a bronze. It just kind of sucks because now that everyone has 250 HP, it's harder. It's harder to carry on Kiri, but that's kind of what I want to see every fight. And when I give you the codes and you practice, like it'll be consistent. I promise you. You'll get there. Right here, it's like we got the pick. Just start walking forward. Try to find the next one.
I also noticed that whenever I guess this is more of a question I should ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a tendency that I'm a support, so my idea is that unless I'm playing like Brigitte, that I'm playing more the back line and not. I'm only initiating whenever I have my tank with me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a concept that I should be flimsy with, or is that a fair guideline to follow?
Well, here's the thing, right? We're in bronze. Like
Sure.
your tank isn't really a tank. He's just
There.
an entity that exists in the game that isn't really gonna take space for you. That's one thing. It's like, sure, maybe your tank should take space in this composition because you have a Lucio and a J Queen. Like she should just literally walk through and kill everyone, but she's not doing that. Instead, she's just kind of dying. So you have to kind of take the initiative of maybe you don't like push right through and point blank the Roadhog, but maybe you try to like flank around and find a pick. Sure. The other thing with like support in Overwatch is that you're not really a healer like you are in World of Warcraft. Like at least from when I played WoW, when I was like a paladin healer sometimes in some dungeons, like I'm just healing the whole time. Like I'm not doing damage. I'm literally just pressing magic. This game is not like support isn't healer. Support is like just making the game easier for your team.
Basically your utility.
Yes, exactly. You're very much utility focused and very much damage focused too in this game because health is a resource in this game that is now very plentiful. So it's really about how can we just do more damage too on top of that sometimes. At least it was in the past. Now it's just don't die. Support kind of sucks right now, but again, this is one of those moments like Suzu isn't really needed because they're not really killing her fast enough. I would argue like maybe we stop using Suzu in situations like that and we just start being aggressive first and use Suzu on ourselves to try to confirm a pick, TP back to our team, and then heal. Like that's what I would do in bronze, to be honest. I wouldn't do that in higher ranks, but I would do that in bronze.
I think a lot of this, like a lot of like my uses of these is not having the game sense and knowing how quick or how slow things die. So it's more of just a reactive.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes
I would
sense.
I would try a game of doing that thing that I said, like maybe go for a pick, use Suzu on yourself and TP back, and then really test yourself to see how long it takes for people to die at your rank. Because I'm going to be honest, it's going to take a really long time. To be honest, this character right here in front of, what do they have? Like a Hanzo and a Bap. Like honestly, she should die pretty quick usually, but it's bronze. So it's not really like the game that you know. Like you're playing a smarter game than what you're actually playing. You're playing chess and they're playing like, I don't even know if this is checkers. I don't really know if you could call it a game.
Fair.
Some of these people might be on like 10 FPS for all you know.
Yeah.
Some people might be playing a PowerPoint. So like, I don't know. I've seen the horrors of 10 FPS before. I used to be there. See, like that situation right there, like I would Suzu that almost immediately at a higher rank. But even then, like they have 5 people looking at a Roadhog hooked tank and she still doesn't die. Wild to me. Like you even missed the Suzu and she still lived. You can get away with so much in this rank. It's actually wild.
So one thing I do with her as well is whenever everybody's grouped, I don't know if you noticed it, but whenever I try to heal, I move my mouse left and right.
Yeah.
Try to do like a group heal.
Well, I would. Your character is really just single target heal. I would focus one person at a time.
Okay.
When you get really optimized, you could like know that each Afuda is like this much health and this person needs 3, and don't even think about that right now. I would just heal the person that is crit. I mean, yeah, sure, you missed the Suzu, but like, dude still didn't even need it. It's wild. I mean, in any other rank, he would need it there, to be honest. I would say that's a pretty safe assumption that he needs it. What I would do right now is just walk point and alt. Why am I on 60? There we go. Man, it's just so tilting that you lose these fights when you have Suzu. That's so fine. Like that's the situation where she needed Suzu, I guess, but it's like, wow, you lost that fight. Like your team lost that for you. That's, man. Yeah, I think the main problem you have is that you're playing just too smart. Like you're playing too smart that it leads to your downfall. Which every person that was in my like unranked GMs before, like where I coach people that are in bronze, it's always the same thing. Like you're really smart, and then like that right there is just, you know, we want to TP out of the pulse. But like you're really smart, but then it leads you to your own downfall in this rank because no one else is thinking. Like no one thinks when they're playing in bronze on your team. You're the only one that is like having a thought go through your brain. Like I'm gonna be completely honest. Like you could watch these other POVs and you'd be like, yo, what? But it's weird because it leads you to your downfall when you're playing support because you have that option to like play correct, quote unquote, and like heal and support your team. But that's like not what you need because they're just so bad that they're not going to be able to help you.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of the times everybody just, they W key most of the time.
Or they don't, and they just sit in mid and like try to long range with a shotgun on Queen, and it's like, what are you doing? You need to walk in.
Typically when a tank dies, everybody just runs. And it's, I mean, I get the idea, but I've run into situations where we take somebody out and then our tank dies and now it's 4v4 where we still have a chance because most of the, like, health wise everybody's even, and I don't know, sometimes I question why we do the things we do, but I don't have the game knowledge to say that which option is better. You know what I mean?
I would just embrace the BS that bronze is and just run it down and just kill as much as you can, to be honest.
Okay.
That's kind of what I would do on Kiri. Try to get your alt and then alt on point and go from there, to be honest. Okay. But I think Zen is a much easier character to carry on in bronze specifically. Right there is just knowing that the tracer is over there because you have like just hearing that. And Zen is not like Kiri in the sense where you would be able to get away with just walking down main because you don't have the Suzu. So you definitely want to make sure that, you know, you're holding high ground, you're pressing left click on an angle. Right here is so dangerous, but I want to see if there's patterns here. So. Your sensitivity definitely feels like it just looks very slow and makes it harder for you to like traverse around the map. I can feel that.
Yeah.
Right now it just feels like your team's kind of permadead.
That's another thing that I noticed is that I don't know if it's this rank or if it's a just tendency of all players. I would assume it's just this rank, but people like to just stagger in one.
Yes. And that's why it's really important that you don't die first ever in this rank. You try your best not to, because then it's always going to be like a stagnating fight. It's just going to be really terrible. Like the team that wins the first fight in bronze usually wins the game, because then the enemy team just staggers the whole game. So that's what I'm saying. Like if you get the first pick in a game because you're playing more aggressive, and then yeah, if you get the first pick, you probably just win the whole game.
Gotcha.
That's why it's like so strong to just hit that pick. I mean, that's my theory behind it. Like if you can just get one, you just pretty much win everything. Also with Zen, make sure you're orbing, like putting the Discord orb on people.
Yeah.
Just pressing E when you're like every 1v1, just put a Discord on and then walk.
Straightforward with you. He's my least played character, so it's kind of a.
If you were to play Zen, always put the Discord on.
Yeah. The only reason I started picking them is I watched a video where they recommended using Zen whenever somebody plays Arista. Or
Really?
yeah.
Was this an Overwatch 1?
I can't tell you that or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, Zen's pretty terrible right now. And I would never play Zen with an Orisa in a high level game. I just think Zen, no, never. Okay. The meta right now is Kiri Lucio for sure in high elo play, like without a doubt, just because they don't die. But I think in bronze, Zen could be really strong just because you can do a lot of damage, but I think Kiriko's easier just to live. But I could talk for days about all that. Yeah, their Tracer's just dunking. Yeah. Their Tracer's just playing really aggressive, so she's gonna just win because she's killing. But you can do the same thing. This is the funny part. Also just like right clicking corners and everything, but if you don't play a lot of Zen, like that makes sense. I'm not really gonna worry about. All right, so I have a few things actually. Well, I have a question for you. Who's your like go-to support? Is it Kiriko?
So I started off initially saying it was Mercy.
Okay, that's right. Yep.
I've been trying to move away from it because I have so many games of her, and that a lot of that time is just from the years that I've played. So now I try to jump between Kiriko, Baptiste, and I like Brigitte. I think that's how you pronounce it. The only reason I like Brigitte is we're gonna go back to a statement you made earlier about flanking. I do enjoy flanking, and I do it a lot with Brigitte. But I typically, what I try to do is I wait for the tank to initiate, and then I flank from a different angle. That way I can provide some kind of healing and not take the brunt of the damage. It's kind of just create chaos, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because pressure, like I know in this game, like overwhelming them, at least, well, in bronze, I've gotten the idea that just creating any sense of overwhelming feeling like in a game or pressure throws everybody on tilt
Mm-hmm.
and can cause a win.
Yes.
And I've noticed that in a lot of like games that I play with Brig, if I'm playing with, I try to do it with Roadhog, I tried it with Wrecking Ball, but I just don't think the guy that I was playing with was syncing up very well.
Mm-hmm.
And I also like playing it with Diva.
Okay.
I don't know if those are good.
I mean, to be honest,
they seem to work fun, but
to be honest, it doesn't really matter because I think the idea of just pressuring is the right way. Like if you are doing damage, you're doing damage, and it's gonna create pressure. I mean, the synergies don't really matter in bronze because again, like no one's thinking about that. No one's actively thinking, hey, let me go Tracer because we're on ball. People don't even think that in GM. I'm gonna be honest. People don't really think ever when they play this game. I'm gonna be completely real with you. They never think. You only really get thinking at the top level of play, and even then, I've lost events because people don't think. It happens.
okay.
But I think your idea is right. What I was getting at is I think you should stick to a group of supports that you enjoy playing and can really like hone in on just getting really comfortable with their kits. Because you're definitely a lot more comfortable with Kiriko, as I saw, than you were with Zen. The playstyle doesn't really change though. Like you're going to be looking to do mostly damage because the enemy's damage is not going to be consistent and fast enough to really kill your whole team. In my opinion, from what I saw, it seems like it was just there was so much time for you to maybe find a pick before you even needed to think about healing that, you know, just being more aggressive would do you good. And that's my first point. Just being more aggro and shooting more shots definitely is the play. And I'll show you the old unranked GMs that I made that pretty much just tell the bronze players the same exact thing, especially Lucio. It's like, don't speed your team around because that would require your teammates to know what that's doing for them. And they don't know what that does for them. So instead, just go in the back line and kill 5. Same situation. He didn't think he was as great as he could have been. He thought his aim was bad. Dude's now like top gold pushing plat. And that was like 2 months ago. Because realistically, the first few ranks are all the same. Just like kill things. Because you have so much time. And you're so much smarter than what your rank is putting you right now. So I think being aggressive first is definitely going to help you out a lot. Just trying to hit more shots. The second thing I'm going to tell you is that making sure that you use Suzu when people actually need it. And sometimes, in some scenarios, actually using Suzu to help you be aggressive might be the play. Like the whole be aggressive, then you Suzu yourself, take a few more shots, and then maybe you TP back to your team. I think a playstyle like that in bronze and silver will win you almost every game. Even if you only have 10% accuracy, you have 2 people looking at you all the time. It's better than 5 people looking at your tank and like hitting some shots together in quick succession and finding a kill.
Okay.
Especially with the new DPS passive. But this next thing is possibly the most important thing specifically for your situation. I don't know if you know how to use custom game codes, but if you open up a custom games lobby and you type in the code VAXTA, this will help you so much.
Yeah, I've actually used that a handful of times.
I would say like the 15 to 30 minutes a day is what I usually did when I was competing. It does wonders. If you do this before you play, you will be a lot more consistent and you'll be so much far ahead of everyone in bronze. You will win almost every duel. I promise you. I mean, who cares about healing if your team isn't going to do anything for you anyways?
Sure.
Like if you can just kill someone, the whole idea, and this never leaves. Like if you can just take someone out of the fight, you heal your team of all the damage they would have taken had that target been shooting them that whole fight. It's the whole idea that if you just kill them, you're healing your team in a way. It's not statistically healing, but you're healing all of the damage they would have taken.
Sure.
So
it's just not,
yeah.
It's not showing up on stats.
No, and people will flame me for stats, but stats don't mean anything, to be honest. They really don't. And like, yeah. I don't know. Who cares about what someone in bronze is really telling you when you're going to be gold in like a week? It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about these comps because I don't know, like, just try to keep up with your Doom, I guess. But most of the time in this elo, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. I feel like most of the time in this elo, though, because this is like high silver, low gold, Usually it's just about like seeing how much poke you can do in the like before the fight happens, which you're doing your job at. She just got logged. That's unfortunate. All right, so my only thing, because you said positioning.
Yeah.
Kind of like how we want Ana to, when we think about Ana, we're always thinking about how we want to get like better nades. We want to see if we can find an angle that's easier to hit a big nade. It's kind of the same with Kiriko. You don't do a lot of damage to shields. You do 40 damage a shot, I believe, unless they nerfed it. So realistically, you never want to be shooting a shield, and you almost never want to be shooting a tank unless there's nothing else to shoot at. So a better angle on Kiri in this fight, if you want to actually get some effective damage, which realistically you should be trying to do, would be like up here and trying to kill this Ana on this angle right here instead of trying to shoot the Ryan. Because the Ryan's not really going to die to you, to be honest.
Yeah,
Unless like the shield goes down, then you can focus him. But you shouldn't be the one shooting a shield on Kiri. Also, that was just, it's just generally very dangerous. Because now you're going to have to use Suzu when he wants to push you. And now someone else doesn't have Suzu to push. So realistically, what you could do here is to support your Doom just by like going on this high ground that realistically your cash should be on, but it's silver, so you have to do it yourself. If you're a Zen here, you playing like this would have won you the fight instantly.
Yeah.
But Zen's also really good at breaking shields. That headshot though, like, I could show you VODs from like the games I played this weekend with Penn State. So many headshots on squishies will just transfer to picks naturally. But it has to be on a squishy, not on a tank. That's how you kind of carry on Kiri, is just by like hitting a lucky headshot. See, like that right there, it's going to force out Suzu every time. You almost kill her. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Good headshot. Yeah, but okay, like your aim's not bad. You're forcing 3 people to look at you. You're giving your team infinite space. You're not killing anything yourself, but you just got the kill on the soldier.
Yeah.
If you can pressure like this in low elo, you win every single game. Like, actually. Maybe I need to actually do an unranked GM on Kiri where I play Kiriko, because that's like the one unranked GM I haven't done yet that I wanted to do. Now that I've actually scrimmed a load of Kiriko, and I know I could do it pretty easily now.
Yeah.
But I hate Kiriko. She's kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Not the most fun.
I mean, wait, hold up, pause. She has cryo freeze. Honestly, this isn't really on you. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If your Mei has cryo freeze or your Orisa has gold and they die, not your fault. Like this right here, I'm looking at this. I'm like, why is she not cryo freezing yet? And then you kind of like, oh god, I gotta compensate. Honestly, like, I think the Suzu's fine, but it's like, she had cryo. She shouldn't. I don't know.
She shouldn't have needed that.
But silver, Omega low. You see the Hanzo on the flank. I'm okay with you being on cart. I really want to see you kill that Hanzo. I think you could be. I like that you're being more aggressive. I think you just need to trust yourself and do it sooner. I mean, I swear your aim might be better than mine sometimes. You're hitting a lot of headshots this game. Where is your team? Okay, yeah, you get. Wow, you're hitting headshots. That's crazy. But bro's been on the back stuff.
I can't remember the last time I did that.
That Ana almost slept you through the sign. That's crazy. Jesus Christ. Okay, you just couldn't finish it. Well, that actually might lose you the fight. Honestly, I would Kiri ult here. Nice. I think you could have done it a lot sooner, though.
Yeah, I probably could have.
The reason why I like that Kiri ult is just because this fight has to be on point. They literally can't run away from your Kiri ult, so... Dude,
Yeah.
I swear to God, like, how are you silver? I mean,
I
I know you
just
recently
got to
promoted, but still, like, how are you gold?
This
even?
round.
How are you gold even? I mean, standing still into a Hanzo might be a... you know, that was a little scary. I won't lie. I think all the quick play that you've helped me record and all the pugs that you've come to actually made you a better player. It's kind of unreal.
Yeah.
Because this is just smart playing. I don't think you should be on cart, though. I honestly think in this elo, because you're just as strong of a player as you are, I feel like if you see a Hanzo up here, just force him off this high ground. I mean, would I ever do that in GM? Probably not. But someone else would be doing that that's better. Like Doomfist would probably be doing that. But He's not.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
maybe we play to pressure more if we want to be even more consistent. I just feel like we could be taking better angles. Like, I like that your aggression, like the aggression you have. I just think there's better ways to do it. That one you could have just TP'd and Suzu'd.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to look for like things that are repetitive here. Yep. Start poking it. Yep. You know what? I don't think it's bad. It's give or take because I don't think that Doom is really ever going to stop going in at this elo. I don't think he understands that anti means don't go in. That being said, I think that using your Suzu to cleanse a nade instinctively is bad. Because the whole idea is like if this Ana hits an nade and you don't Suzu, you like just win. You win the trade like 100%. I made a whole video about this a long time ago. I don't know. It was like 2 years ago. Has Overwatch 2 been out for 2 years?
Not
No.
quite.
Like a year and a half. Yo.
Yeah.
Yo. I'm getting old. This is crazy. But I think instinctively forcing out the Suzu when she hits anti, that's what she wants you to do early in the fight. If you can get away with not Suzuing the anti at higher elos, you should definitely try to get away with that. Wow, that Mercy has balls of steel, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
And yep.
Yeah, she rests a lot.
That was interesting. And I mean, here's the thing. If you see that she's going to try to start doing that, you could always... Whoa. You could always wait to use your Suzu. And then Suzu her res. Wow, I got it out. That's crazy. And right here, all I'm saying is like, I feel like you don't need to be on cart if someone else is already doing it. You can go forward and try to get your Kiri out as fast as possible. Because that's just more ways for you to carry harder if you can just get more. And when I do release this on Ranked to GM, I actually did a VOD review of my own Kiri gameplay, and that was a big problem I was having is I was too scared to poke. You shouldn't be scared to poke on Kiriko. Ever. Because you have a way to get out. Like, you have 2 get out of jail free buttons.
Yeah.
And like, this meta is all about just getting support all first. And once I did that VOD review, I swear we played like 10 times better on Penn State. I wish I was doing that sooner.
That's it.
Damn! And the other thing is that you actually hit your shots. That, I mean, he got out, but I don't mind that because realistically, they should be walking in hard here and killing your Doom. So actually, that Suzu is good. Just weird eload. Yeah. Also, he just stopped trying to get out. So even if you do Suzu correctly there, I don't think he lives. Okay, good TP. Wait, are we going to try to carry the fight? Oh my god, oh. Well, you did about as much as you could after you TP'd there. That was pretty good, though. You almost carried the fight. My only thing is, like, I think you could have had a little bit more courage that you were just going to absolutely dick on this Hanzo, for lack of a better term. Like, I feel like you definitely could have felt a lot more confident there.
Yeah.
Because, like, you're hitting headshots that shouldn't be hitting. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but just, like, for an average silver player, I don't think they're hitting that shot normally. I think we could pick a better angle, but this is hard. I don't really know where that would be. Man, I don't really... I kind of want to look at this fight again because I don't really know what happened. Your Doom went top. I would TP to them now just because we were late. Obviously, I want to see you walk, but I think if you get caught out, it's better just to TP here before they go in. Before they take a fight? Nope, that's wrong. You still did the right play. It's just like, why is Doom down there? Yeah, Doom
There
kind of...
was a few things he said
I
and did
think
that-
you made the right play.
Yeah.
Because anyone in their right mind on Doom is going on this high ground and controlling it, and you made the right play by trying to support that. This is just... This looks like a game that would tilt me when I'm doing the unranked to GM, like, honestly. I don't mind that TP. This is just kind of hard because now they have ults, and why did we try to punch the Orisa on Doomfist? Just like, if we think a little bit, I don't think people would be in silver. as I don't know. I mean, that's not true. There's always going to be people in silver. Just the bar of gameplay would be so much higher. Where's our Doomfist? Is he on? Where is he? I don't know. Oh, he went high ground now. Okay, I don't mind it. This is just, what the hell? Yeah, this is a positioning moment. This is a positioning moment. I feel like when you're playing with the Doomfist, you always got to keep tabs on where he is and just use him to create the space that you want to be in. Because you, like we said before, like you really never want to be shooting on a horizontal angle into the tank. You always really want to take something else, especially when you're playing a Doom comp. If you're playing an Orisa here, it's a little different. But when you're playing with Doom, like it's about taking angles onto the squishies. So I think starting the fight up here is okay. Moving to take the fight from here, I think is better instead of like sitting here. Like honestly, the Orisa is never going to die. That character should not die ever. Unless like she blunders incredibly hard with her gold and uses it way too early. But that character, you're never really going to kill. I think that was your problem. Because like realistically, what are you going to shoot here? They're all looking at you. There's no like, what, disparity in angles, I guess. Like, it's just so hard to get stuff done. What's up?
I think I thought when I used rush, like people would be way more aggressive, and I would be a lot more supported than I think.
True. I understand where you're coming from. Orisa doesn't die, and Orisa is the only target that people can shoot right now because no real like space is being taken.
Yeah.
Because you guys are running like a comp that would do really well with an Orisa, but we're on Doom. So
yeah,
we almost have to like go into the backline here and just like Kiri ult into the backline and then just kill everyone. Because I think you're capable of doing that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just Orisa does not die ever. And then we're just like in the front line and your Doom. How did your Doom get back there? And he. Yeah, this Doom's gonna piss me off. Okay, we TP in to help Doom. We are living. Okay, we got high ground though. This is actually looking like a winnable fight. We immediately slam on low ground. Yeah, bro. Okay, it's winnable. We're not peeking window. We're walking height. Yup, I like this. Support the off angle. That's gonna maybe carry. Yep, this is good. This is good positioning. See how much easier it is to find something in this fight? Because Orisa isn't in your face. You're going to kill this Bastion, probably. Okay, you're doing one to kill Lucio instead. That's actually fine. I don't think... I mean, dropping here is honestly fine. Dropping here is honestly fine because you already killed the Orisa, and this is last fight. But, like, we see, when we take a better angle, it makes your life easier. Make your life easier, not harder. I mean, you're definitely better than your rank and can mechanically diff anyone in your face, but... if we start playing comps even better, it, like, honestly, like, this is better than... the Diamond Kiris, and it's, I don't know. This isn't bad. This is some high rank possibility here. I'm fine with you playing back here. To be honest, though, if for some reason their Hanzo is never taking this angle up here, just take it. If your Doom wants to go in, you can take that angle. I think that's a little too risky and dumb, but. Maybe that's the right play, and I need to start doing that more in GM if I ever play again. Nah, I will. Maybe. Okay, see, now Hanzo's up there. This is kind of why I like playing here. Like, he has to respect that you're on that angle and force you off. I don't think the TP is needed. I think you can just peek it. Yeah. Like, this is smart Kiri gameplay. I just wonder, like, if we wanted to carry more in silver, I think we have to almost play dumb. What is Mercy? Okay, that's fine. She's dead. Honestly, what I would do, and this is another thing, I think positioning mid-fight is one thing. I think the other thing is, and this is still important no matter what, like right here, you have TP back, like you have people you could TP back to. I think you can be a little bit more aggressive and just look to try to build this ultimate before the fight actually happens. Because imagine if you start the fight with assault, it's GG's. Like, there's no way you lose that. Surely. Surely there's no way you lose that. I think that you're playing, yeah, like this, where you want to look for charge. I think you don't even help the Mercy. I think you just do this no matter what. Now, poking into a Hanzo is a little scary the higher you go up, but I think you can ego the Hanzo fine. Movement could have been a little more crisp there. And how does she already have ult? I think if we just poke sooner, then the Hanzo doesn't get dragon, and then life is good. I think.
The battle ignites me. Soothing
Life's good, you know what I mean? It's a future bar. I think it is. But anyways, man, the Bastion Risa Hanzo and Kiri into a Doomfist comp in silver, that's gotta be lethal. Okay, so do I have a problem with this? Compositionally wise, yes. But in silver, no, not really. I think I'm fine with this. Stop shooting the Orisa! Shoot a squishy! Every time you do this where you're like, ooh, I'm gonna shoot the tank, you always get killed because you compromise your positioning.
Yeah.
Like, it's all just one mistake here. Like, watch this. I'm gonna shoot this Orisa, guys. Like, you die every time because you just tunnel vision on a tank.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, here's the thing. If they Kiri ult, you guys back off. They use a lot of cooldowns, and you're like, well, shit, I want to counter. That's totally fine because your Kiri ult's going to last for longer. The thing is, with Doomfist and any dive comp, the whole goal is to surround the enemy and get them from multiple angles. If they back off and play this choke, don't try to walk through this choke. Don't try to walk on just the Orisa. Just reset. Because realistically, you did a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing happened. Both teams used their Kiri ult. Now you just get a better position, which is probably up here. And then you see, wait, Lonely Hanzo by himself. I have Suzu. I have my Kiri ult. Oh, you just diff this guy. For sure. You're Mad Mad's the GOAT. Instead of, I'm going to shoot the Orisa because it's an easy shot and I don't believe in myself.
Yeah. Something, if I remember correctly, too, the Doomfist said, like, if to focus the Orisa or to focus the tank, but I'm not too sure why I actually listened to him.
So yeah, here's the thing. Silver player.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I listened to him.
So here's the thing. Like, shooting tank usually is fine. He probably heard this from like some video somewhere. Shooting tank is fine, but you're on Doomfist Genji Soldier.
Yeah.
It does not matter. If you're on Orisa, sure, you can shoot the tank to force out gold and Suzu, but
not as Doom.
This meta is like really high level in my opinion, but it's also super fucking boring. So people that are not below GM will just play what's fun and not play the meta correctly. So don't listen to him. Unless the dude is smurfing, but I can tell you this dude's not smurfing.
Done playing around.
Dude is not smurfing, bro. What's really surprising to me is that in silver, someone was talking. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like the first time ever.
Yeah.
Or like,
And even when he talked, it was like the wrong thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna end poorly. This is gonna end poorly. Just because they have dragon, but I don't expect you to be analyzing the game. Wait. Pause. Lil bro is in silver and knows the dragon is coming top, so goes bottom. People in Masters and Grandmasters are not even thinking of this shit. Well done. Well done.
I don't actually think I thought of that, to be honest.
Well, to be honest, even though the Hanzo's just he's just shooting at a choke that you guys have to walk out of, you are going to this is why I hate this point. Like, genuinely, this is so dumb. It's so dumb that I hate it. It's terrible map design, but
I think what I thought was that we had to push through that choke anyway, or push out anyway. So
yeah.
Why
you made the right play.
Choke that gets spammed.
Yeah, you made the right play. It just kind of blows that you went first and your Doom didn't, but I don't think that your Doom ever really goes for like, you can't trust your team here. You kind of just got to do what you got to do. Good Suzu. Holy shit. Well done. How many hours of Kiriko do you have? You might have more than me. Yep. We need some Vaxta there. Oh. Okay, so TPing into that was a little crazy just because he's gonna die anyways. Just let the dude die. Just let him die. Because now you're gonna die. Oh wait, you don't. Interesting.
Yeah, I think I actually got it. Not sure how.
Nah, dude. Stop shooting the tank. Shoot the Mercy that's half. You got that, bro. But they're gonna C9 me. You have time. Okay, and like shooting her in gold, really, bro, what is it gonna do? Like no meaningful damage is coming out of that. Unless the whole team is focusing Orisa. Do not shoot her when she has gold or is in gold. Like now it's fine to shoot Orisa because she will die now. But you just gotta force it out first. If you want to give her 2 headshots to force out the gold, that's fine. Do not tunnel vision on Orisa ever. Like it's why I recommend Orisa to lower rank tanks because people will shoot them. And that's like the last thing you want to do to Orisa is shoot them in gold. Like you will never kill them. It just doesn't happen ever. And if you don't shoot the Orisa when she's in gold, you win the game. Because that's like the only good thing about that character. But she's meta because of just dumb characters right now. Isn't that always how it is in Overwatch though? Just one stupid character that you invest all of your cooldowns into? And it's been the same character for a year and a half. Let's see what we could have done differently there. What the fuck? Okay. Pause. Okay, so Mercy's out of position. Yeah, that was good. God, there's nothing. I mean, to be honest, there's nothing. There's nothing. I don't think here. There's nothing. Like this guy's Reaper ulting a Diva defense matrix. There's nothing. What you can do after this point, though, take an angle up this wall. Maybe take an angle. Stop shooting the Diva. I mean, healing the Doom is fine, though. Okay, we're taking an angle now. It's like it kind of in your memory, but you're not constantly thinking about, oh, swag diff. Almost a swag diff. That's a lost fight for sure. What's Reaper doing? Oh, man. This might be like the game where, like, this is the game where complaining about your teammates is warranted, to be honest. Like, 99% of the time, it's complete and utter bullshit. This is like a game, though, that you can still win, even though your teammates are absolutely dog shit. There's still something we could have done better. Yeah. Oh, he got out. Positive mentals winning you this game, maybe. But now we're on Reaper Sim against the Diva. I just love this. It's like you can find some new comps in these ranks, man.
Yeah, it's something special, that's for sure.
All right, well, your Reaper died. Let me think about this, actually. Let me look back. You see your Reaper's taking a duel? Honestly, I would deviate from the main fight and just try to help him. Try to kill this Hanzo, maybe. I think that's the play, because the same thing goes true. Like, you're going to be shooting a Diva otherwise. You might as well try to kill the Hanzo and Mercy. They're kind of your targets, because like I think something you can do as well is locate a target that maybe you can kill. Because you're not going to kill a Bastion. It's really hard. You're not really going to kill the tank. Kiri can just get away all the time. These two are like the weak ones against you. So if you find an opportunity to kill like specific characters that are kind of weak, go for it.
Yeah.
Like whenever I'm playing in this meta, usually the meta is like Orisa, Sojourn, Tracer, Kiri, Lucio. If I find their Sojourn, I'm going to look to try to headshot her because she's like kind of their carry. And if Sojourn dies, we win. If the Tracer is going to try to take a duel on me where she doesn't have a lot of like cover, I'm going to look to headshot melee her. Like I have predisposed characters that I want to try to headshot in my head before I play the game. And it'll make it easier to navigate situations when silver happens. Okay, good TP. I don't think that Suzu was good.
but I think you know how to Suzu. I think it just, you know, you mistake sometimes. Wait, are you gonna lose this game? No. No, you guys win this. I believe. Okay, like this is a good time to shoot D.Va because like she's one shot, but most of the time it's kind of like if you have literally nothing else to shoot, great. But bam, I love this. I love this. So much pressure there. Don't think that Suzu was needed because you had wall.
Yeah.
She was fine.
Like a gentle rain.
Yeah, I think this is fine. This is a situation where like everyone else is taking such great angles that you can just like kind of sit in mid. Now shooting the D.Va here is wild, but yeah, the positioning wasn't terrible. Good punch by Doom. He's actually coming alive right now. Okay, yeah, that was wow. Good TP. Denying the health. Didn't need that Suzu. Your Suzus are definitely getting worse now that you're like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
I would ult this. Nice. I think I would have waited to ult on this line.
Yeah, before I was outside, yeah. I saw
wasn't
that
terrible,
all of them got real low, and Zeus or Rush helped with healing output, so...
Yeah, I think just knowing that you probably could have squeezed it a little longer. Or just if you think about... Your ults were fine, so I think that was just a little bit of a nitpick, but... Looks like we're winning this fight. And we're winning this game. Okay. Wow, okay. That was one of the better VODs I've seen in quite a while, to be honest.
That's good.
But I will give you the notes. The number one thing I'm going to say is angles. Angles. Real, it's like, what's the best for you? What off angle is best for you to try to get something on the back line? If you're running with an Orisa comp, like I honestly playing how you did is more optimal on higher levels, but you're also not playing at higher levels. So I think really getting used to like the flank Kiri playstyle is good. Not really flank Kiri, but taking an angle where you're going to be able to get a little bit more vision here. Same thing with an Ana. It's like you're going to play for a way to find a nade. With Kiri, you're just playing for a way to get an easy headshot on a squishy that maybe a DPS can follow up on, or maybe you can. Number two thing is the target that you're looking at should never be a... Well, I shouldn't say should never be a tank, but do not tunnel vision. Don't do that. Don't TV. Don't tunnel vision, because that's like the main way. That was the biggest like outlier mistake you made, is that you would just tunnel vision on an Orisa and die.
Yeah.
So make sure that we're taking angles that are safe for us, that we can TP away from, and that we're not tunnel visioning on a target that's gonna get us killed. The last thing I would say is, I mean, your Suzus could use work, but I would just say, you know, keep doing the Vaxta before you play, because it's paying off in the long term. Your aim is much better than everyone else in your rank, and probably like 2 or 3 ranks above it. So let's start looking at this. Let's see how we can make it easier for you to like figure out what your role is on Kiri, because I think it can be pretty difficult, especially in these lower elos. All right, that's unfortunate. Oh, there's nothing you can do about that. This is a lost fight from the start. Nothing you could really have done that first fight, so nothing I'm really going to say about that.
Yeah, I know there's like a Genji up there, so I was trying to be aware of him.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot you can do.
And that hog there was Conti trying to yeet someone off. He broke him up, so Conti got a bit bridge.
A new dawn for you. Lost away.
That's one of those situations where I don't think you need a Suzu, but if the Hog's ready to hook him off the map, it's actually a fine Suzu, so... But we'll keep watching here until I see something glaring.
Yeah, we were solving control of the fight, so went in to get the Marga back in the fight.
Yeah, but he's gonna wake up in like a second just because of tanks. Not necessarily need to Suzu it. It's more so just like making sure he doesn't die to a hook off the map is like the only reason I'd probably Suzu that there, because he wasn't critical, which is a big reason why you're gonna want to Suzu. But yeah, honestly, right here, yeah, you're just poking. This is good.
I have learned recently to try and stick to like some sort of cover.
Yes, yes. No, you're doing a good job at that. I think the Suzu is fine. Just need to practice a little more. Yep, the poking's good here.
I was at gold 1 before I had to play again to get your code.
Yeah.
Because I managed to get gold 1 when trying to get your code, but then I think it was, and then after then I started losing and got back to blooming gold 2. I think I'm close. I think I'm like sanity something now again.
Honestly, I don't think it's terrible that you're on cart. I definitely think that someone else should be on cart. I definitely think it should be like maybe your Echo or something, so that you can ult with your team up top. You can actually help them. But gold is gold, so sometimes people don't really know who should be on cart.
Yeah.
Right there is like one of those situations that you want to make sure that you're like on Kiri. Your job in this meta is really to make sure that your tank is living, and you always want to make sure you're trying to help them out as best as you can. So I think a big problem that you're having right now is that you don't really know what to look at. You're looking at like a lot of different angles. I think if anything, something that will really help you is just making sure you're always looking at the Mauga in this situation, so that you can maybe have Suzu'd him. Maybe he doesn't die to the hog ult, and the fight looks a lot different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just try and focus on and watch the bottom.
Yeah, and the tank will always be important when you're playing Kiri. Like almost, yeah, in this meta especially. Right there, this is a good moment to Suzu as well. Maybe a little sooner and higher elos, because he's probably gonna die immediately after that hook. But you still have the right idea. It's more so just like getting comfortable.
Yeah, my goal, the next goal is just flat maybe. I'm not like one of them people that go, I'm like 200 million ranks above.
It's not terrible. Definitely could be better, but I'd want to focus on your Suzus and like what you're looking at.
Someone wasted.
I mean, the only thing that you want to make sure with all is that people are actually going to be able to get walked on and not going to be able to run away.
There was someone who was just pushing out. So out of that space between him and the car, so
I think the Mauga pushing up is fine. I just think someone else should be on cart that's not you. I think the Mauga honestly should be pushing up, trying to get high ground. But I think you made the right play. It's just that your Junkrat wasn't on cart for whatever reason. This is fine now though, just because the fight's here. Again, always looking for what that hog is hooking or your Mauga, and making sure you're trying to Suzu the hook. Like if you're playing against the hog, that is your job. Make sure that we're looking at that. It's very important.
So if you're playing against hog, and you go to a hog, try and Suzu them.
Yeah, because every time that the hook is hit, it's pretty much going to be followed up and killed no matter what, especially at higher elos. I mean, hog can't do it himself, but the whole team is going to start looking at that. If you can Suzu it, then you counter his ability. But the other thing is you also want to make sure that your Mauga is safe. There's always going to be like options you can make.
The main reason I use it not to for the bait. I usually use it as like a burst healing, because the nerfs that a while ago, like when Kiriko came out and then they did the big nerfs and that.
Yeah.
To invulnerability, so now it's, to me it feels more like a burst heal.
Definitely, you do not want to be using it for burst heal. You still want to think about it in its original identity of keeping someone alive. 100, like the burst heal is not worth, because you can just do it with right click. If you can just heal someone up, there's no need to use Suzu. Suzu is meant to keep someone alive that would die otherwise.
Most of the time I do sometimes use it, but not how often I do it, but I do try and use it when the lower health.
Well,
to
yeah, you
hit
want
the
to
rock.
use it to save them, but you don't want to do it to heal. Like, you can just heal with your right click. You don't really need burst heal from it. Especially like not something that I think you should be thinking about when you're in gold and trying to learn other things about her kit. Because I don't. There are niche situations where maybe you would want to look for a burst heal, but most of the time it's maybe to cleanse an anti like that. Or I mean, that wasn't great just because he really didn't need it. He wasn't gonna die from the anti. But it's mostly just to cleanse and like keep someone alive for a little bit longer. Like bam, right there. You want to probably use it the bell so that she doesn't have to use copy. And now we have copy for the last fight and a free pick. Instead of now we have to use copy and we're down and all.
I believe we won it after game. Wow.
I mean, if you cleanse that hook, then he doesn't have to use this to save himself, is what I'm trying to say. If we probably didn't need to Suzu this guy when he was anti because there wasn't really anyone looking at him that was scary because we knew the hog was down there. So we didn't really need to use it because Immo should be used to save someone or, yeah, really just to save someone or cleanse an effect that is actually going to kill them. You want to do it when they're actually in danger of dying, not when they're just low. If you can heal them, you don't need to waste your ability.
If you hear bark in the background, it's my dog.
Say that again?
If you hear barking in the background, it's my dogs. Hold on.
So yeah, like, is this what you're saying? Like the hog hooking, like coming around and flanking?
What?
So the big thing here is what I'm trying to say is like, because we used the Suzu early when he didn't need it, now when the hog flanks and attacks your Mauga, you don't have what you need to keep him alive. Like if you had Suzu here, he would have lived. Just with better Suzu usage, he would have lived, would have had his ult, fight would have looked a lot different. Well, possibly. I wouldn't say that situation is perfect. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, to be honest, the reason why he died there is just because we lost the fight because our Malga died. All right, but now we're on Ram. I think that's actually a pretty good Suzu. I think that's a pretty good Suzu. That was a good version of it because he was probably gonna die otherwise. And we also have Kirialt.
Yeah, the tank did a little bit worse on the right track.
Yeah, he's generally a lot more active and takes a lot more damage, so I can see why he can be a little difficult. But that was a good Suzu that fight. Let's see how we do with this fight. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the ults now just because it was repeated. The main idea with Kiriko ult is that like when you use a Kiri ult and push forward, the first move that an enemy is going to do is just going to be simply to run away from it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So because of that,
used the ult as an engaged it.
Yeah, you do want to engage, but if you engage too early and you don't actually close the space, the enemy's just going to run away. So instead, what you want to do is close the distance before you use the ultimate, and then Kiri ult when you're actually on them, so they can't run away easily. Is what you want to do, and you want to do it into them. So we're gonna look at.
So I've done it further up the ramp.
Yes, you should have done it when your team was like on the team, and I'll show you when you do this Kiri ult. So like, see.
Is it where that room is?
So okay, you see right here where you see right here that you Kiri ult here, and it's gonna go forward and probably stop right about in this blue line. But if we walk, and what we should have done in an ideal scenario is we should have walked up here to the cart, or just pushed them back until we were on top a significant portion of the team, and then looked for the Kiri ult. Yeah, and the other thing is there's only one person there, so there's no real need to Kiri ult that. But if you wanted like a rule of thumb, like a really easy way to force someone to fight in your Kiri ult would be like, let's say that we all hop on cart and then the cart pushes forward and we're about to push the cart into the end. It's a great opportunity to Kiri ult in like this space because they have to take the fight. There's no option to run away really. You're going to force them to fight in your Kiri ult. You don't want the enemy to run away. So the two things, yeah, go ahead.
I think it's my second after this one.
Mm-hmm.
When we eventually win, I believe I ended up using my ult in the point area.
Yeah.
Point.
I'm sure. I mean, if that happens later, then we can talk about it. But the big thing is that we want to make sure that we close the distance so that the enemy can't run away from our Kyriel. It's very important. But overall, like your damage, I mean, you're not. It's really hard to get damage done on Kiriko, especially on console.
Yeah.
But you're doing the right thing. Like you're poking when you need to. You're getting your ult faster than, I mean, most people that are playing in your rank. So I don't think the damage is a problem. I think it's utility.
Well, I've learned recently is to I saw that you did go that I sort of need to keep ult tracking. But what I found is if I have an ult, then an enemy most likely at least has a ult.
Yeah.
So
To be honest, I don't think that's something that you really need to focus on in this rank. I really think you just have to focus on like what your utility is and how you're using it, and it'll make sense. Like this right here, sure he's anti, but the Junkrat is all the way over there. The Mei is dead. We saw that on the kill feed. He's currently coming back from spawn on Bastion. The Hog is all the way over there. You can heal through that. You can have the patience to not waste a Suzu there, and it might just come in handy and win you the fight later. So realistically, like, oh, alt track, oh, there's all this BS that you're listening to on YouTube, literally just stop. Like, don't listen to it. Just focus on, okay, I need to make sure that I'm Suzuing people when they're actually going to die, or when they need a cleanser for an effect that will make them die. In this situation, that wasn't the case, and we could have just healed. And I need to make sure that my Kiri ults are being used when my team can actually follow up on it, and not when the enemies are super far away. If you focus on those two things, you will hit diamond. Like, I promise you. I promise you. Like, there's a reason why I haven't been uploading as much recently. It's because there isn't a whole lot to this game that you all need to learn. It's the very basic stuff that I'm putting out. Like, if you just walk forward and you...
That's why. That's how I originally figured your Discord out. Is I was trying to do a lot of like things that can help. And I found your YouTube and then I joined your Discord.
I mean, I hope it's helpful that it's simple.
I was a little bit better than what I am in these videos when in this clip recently when I was playing a mainly at the start of the season. I think it was. Yeah. Last season, I forgot when it went. At some point, I was doing pretty well in her. Not super well, but still well. I think I was getting more kills from something about class 16 maybe. So.
Yeah. But so long as we keep doing like what you're doing right now, it's not bad. You're probably gonna climb through gold doing this stuff. But I think if we fix these few little things, you're definitely gonna keep seeing an upward trend in rank. But like right here, yeah, I like that you're walking. Yep, we can finish off that Moira. Great job.
I mean, hard to try and keep track of like cards with movement a bit.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of on him for leaving your LOS. But also, if you had Suzu, you possibly could have clutched up and made a play. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Like if we had Suzu there earlier, 5 seconds prior, we maybe could have immoed the Echo and kept him alive. But, you know, and that right there, it's like he's going to wake up anyways. The Bastion doesn't have turret form anymore. You don't really need to Suzu the Ram there. I know you want to get him back in the fight. It's 1 second. It's better if we have this for later when this dude might die when he's using his Nemesis form, then use it just so that he gets up off the ground. Like, trust me, you have time.
I was scared of the 75. But people in my rank just like go back into the back.
Well, they're just not gonna die as fast as you think. You can when you practice it, you're gonna realize when they're actually gonna die and when you can just heal them. It's more of a you thing than a them thing. The way they play doesn't really influence how you should be using Suzu, unless they're taking like crazy poke. But to be honest, it's not. This rank isn't high enough level for the enemy to really punish you.
I don't know. I do feel like I do worse sometimes from Kiriko in defense.
Okay, well let's see why that might be.
And also I forgot how well I did. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Brim Hog to go around the corner because normally no one takes.
Yeah, realistically, you could hear the footsteps on my end. I know you can't really hear because I'm just sharing my screen. not the game.
Yeah, I
but
did have a better headset with Xbox official.
yeah, I mean,
Widest headset,
yeah.
but my dogs ended up
gotcha.
weighing on them
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
on the floor because I was charging them.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so I'm using these like like the 20 quid Turtle Beach ones.
Gotcha. I mean, dude, that's kind of stuff that happens. That's not really going to happen in higher ranks. Usually you'd have someone actually scouting that angle. So that probably isn't going to happen. I wouldn't beat yourself up too much about that. Again, another Suzu, you can heal it up. There weren't in any immediate danger. I think now that you're going to be more cognizant of it, you're probably going to play a lot better on Kiriko too.
So to use the to when they're like quite low health.
You want to use it when they're going to. It's not necessarily about health. I mean, it's related, but if someone is going to die, if you do not use Suzu, you use Suzu.
So it's a sense of, I think my team is gonna die. Then
yes,
the low health.
Yes, like there's a lot of moments where, let's say that this Echo was, let's say that the Echo on your team was 1v1ing their Genji, and she's critical health. Let's say she's about like this much, but she killed the Genji in the 1v1 and no one else can see her right now. You don't really need to Suzu her because she's not in any immediate danger. You can just heal her up.
Yeah.
So you don't need to waste the Suzu there. So it's about the situation, and it's impossible for me to be like, oh yeah, just use it here. It's about really allowing yourself to actually think through the situation and recognize that your healing is very powerful and you don't always need to use the Suzu. It's the same thing with Baptiste's and Mortality Field, if that helps.
Okay. I feel weird when I do play Baptiste. It feels weird. It feels like it's going up, but my cursor ain't going up. It's like a phantom feeling.
No, there's a setting to help with that. I can tell you about that.
I know it. I think I'm free code suppressing on boys. It's actually the test.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't like the constantly hold down. I think it's B.
Good Suzu. Just wanted to say that was a good Suzu.
Can you replay it?
Yes, we can replay it. This was a good situation. Honestly, if it were me, I probably would have TP'd to the Echo and helped her here, but that's really nitpicky. But I just wanted to highlight your good Suzu here.
I believe the Mercy was pocketing the.
Yeah, they just got split up right there. It was a weird situation. It's difficult to read that. So aside from that, focusing on what you're about to do here is what I really want to do. Your Orisa doesn't have gold, to my knowledge, so she can't really. Yes, she can't live because she doesn't have the ability that lets her live really easy. So you read that, you see that the Hog hooks the Orisa, you Suzu, she lives, and now you can pick up a free kill on this Roadhog in an ideal scenario. Like that was good because she was going to die otherwise.
Killing the Hog. I think I get the kill. After he walks out.
See, there you go. That Suzu carries fights. That's how you win consistently at this rank on any support. Is if we're using our utility like that, it's going to make a big difference. It doesn't look like it, but trust me, it does. I mean, to be honest, TP isn't really something that you need to be using off cooldown. It's more so just like a get out of jail free card, or there are ways that you can use it aggressively, but I don't think that's something that this level should really be worrying about. Really, Suzu is like so important, and as well as your ultimate. Those are the two most important things. But we almost have our ultimate, so I want to see how we approach this. Honestly, poking their Hog is totally fine because he has ult, so you just don't want him to push up all the way. So this is fine to just be doing passively. I liked how you didn't use Suzu. I just don't think it's needed here. The big thing with Orisa is that she has a lot of opportunities to like use gold or use like her spinning javelin, like we were talking about, to live. So Orisa is one of the only targets that if she gets hooked, you don't really need to look for a Suzu unless it's like a really niche situation like you did earlier.
Very tanky.
Yeah.
He's not gonna die immediately.
Yeah, Orisa is a brick wall of a tank. not my favorite Kirill of all time, but not
I
as...
think I used it because I didn't have Suzu.
Yeah, I mean, that, and this is more so of a mistake because of Suzu. You whiffed the Suzu. It wasn't the best point to use it. But at the same time, you probably could have just healed her.
If I didn't use the Suzu over there, probably I didn't now.
Yeah. This is why I'm saying, like, using your Suzu at the right time is so important, because then we don't make a mistake later down the line. Like, if we have Suzu here, yeah, we probably could Suzu this, and then we would kill the hog, like, immediately.
Because the hog, and then the rich is there.
Yeah. Like, this is one of those moments where, like, Suzu here, I mean, I still don't even think you needed the Suzu, to be honest, even without the ult. To be completely honest, but this is that is an example of what I'm talking about. You are correct. Where, like, we want to make sure that we have Suzu for when we actually need it.
My senses are sharpened.
I haven't tried before and that Humongous Flats is Discord to try and get out. This is the first time I actually get out.
Yeah, I mean, those big servers typically aren't the best place.
No, I'm not on about the official ones.
I don't know, I think the best ones are usually, like, probably Spylo's, mine, or maybe Coach Mills. I don't know. It's kind of hard to find one-on-one help because a lot of people ask for money for that stuff, so. In this instance, I am not. They're Junkrat's flanking. What is he doing? Okay, let's see what happens here. Sorry, I was just so taken aback by the fact that there was a Junkrat flying in the air. That was an interesting play. Yeah, so here, honestly, you're never going to hit that. I'm going to be honest. Even I'm not hitting this Junkrat out of the sky. So I would kind of just see kind of what he's trying to get after and then shift my focus to what's important again, which is the Orisa in the front line. Because your Echo really should get on that if it's a problem. But yeah, I mean, you do get back to that, honestly. So I can't really be too mad. To be honest, unfortunate situation. Like, I think you played it better than a lot of other fights. That was just a weird.
If I didn't play focus to the Junkrat, could I have saved the Orisa?
I think you definitely could have saved the Orisa if you were looking at her the whole time and took a better position, but the Junkrat flying was so bizarre that I don't really fault you.
Can't keep the sun down.
I just think that if someone ever flies that high in the sky and you're playing Kiriko, just even the best players in the game aren't going to try to hit that shot. I'm gonna be honest, because it's too hard. It's too much risk for too little reward. There's people that should do that job instead of you. You might as well just try to clutch up somewhere else. It's typically, I mean, that's what my old coach told me, because I had a problem of trying to shoot echoes out of the sky. Not what you should be doing on these characters. All right, that's good though. That was good. You're doing good damage. I actually don't mind that, Suzu, just because this fight is pretty much already won, and you don't want to take that extra damage. You have good spacing. Honestly, that was a decent Suzu.
Thanks for the boost.
Unlucky on that junk.
In the end, it ended up getting 10 kills.
Yeah, a lot of this is kind of just like unfortunate stuff, unfortunate ways people are dying.
Yeah, that happens a lot of the time, I find.
Yeah. I don't love this Orisa just because we're already down numbers. And it's just you and Orisa. The other part of the Kirill is that it only gets so much value based on how many people you have, because it's a cooldown based ultimate that helps everyone.
I realized my team was died.
Yeah.
I do try and pay attention to kill feed, but I'm usually too focused on the fight and my abilities.
Yeah, no, I got that. Well, something that's going to help with that would be, number one, is making sure you close the distance. Like, close distance is the first thing. The number two thing is, like, how many people are alive. You really want to try to make it at the start of a fight where you have, like, 5 people on your team that are ready to walk in. That's the mental checklist you should have for every single Kirill. When you have that checklist, trust me, it's going to be a lot easier. It doesn't really matter that you're making the mistake now, because now that you have this in your brain, you're going to be able to execute a lot easier. Like 100%.
I do usually try and use it when my team do it, but in that instance,
Yeah, instances like these are hard though. They're hard because it's kind of all over the place.
I think we was trying to hold the point. Then, even with me and with there, I think we holded it for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a wonder how you guys held this for so long. I think it's definitely, yeah, I mean, a nice try on the Suzu. You'll be a little faster on it now that you know. But really, I just want to talk about the alts and Suzu usage because they're so important. Like, it's undoubtedly the most important thing on Kiri. Yep, we definitely should be poking when no one's taking damage. Like, healing the Orisa here isn't needed. She already has full health. Really should just be looking to try to get an alt charge through damage. Yeah, this is probably lost.
Sometimes when that hit try and heal them, even if you put it out, so just in case they would take damage because the Kiriko's healing is a bit.
That's true. That's true. In this situation though, it's Orisa. She's not gonna die that fast. You'll have time to react. I do like that idea. If you see it's like a Tracer and she's about to take a duel, you can send some heals in. But realistically, what we're talking about that really gives impact on Kiriko is the Suzu and ultimate, and we should be trying to get the ultimate as fast as possible, which is why we should prioritize damage.
Okay.
But your ideas are correct. It's more so just making sure it's situationally relevant.
When I play Moira, I get my own so quick.
Yeah, I mean she's very easy, especially at this rank to get her all fast. Yeah, that's just alt tracking.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculously Moira.
Yeah, she's very strong in these ranks.
I believe I had one match where I played her recently when I was trying to get killed, and I just pretty much avoided all the ults, I think, in one game. It's Cassidy a bit. It's the point where that tower, and then you can go inside the tower.
Yeah, okay, I got what you're
I
saying.
believe it's the university now.
I mean, if you really want to just climb out of these ranks fast, yeah, Moira's definitely the play. But once you get to like plat, diamond, it starts to slow down quite a bit. For sure. But we have our ult. I want to see how we use our ult here.
That's why I'm trying to play over heroes.
I respect that. I respect that.
When I came back to do the challenges for the Ain's getting I was playing Lucio in Quick Play.
Yeah.
Learning him a little bit. I did pretty well in the game.
Yeah.
I did well.
No, I believe it. I believe it. I want to highlight actually this ult right here because I think this is pretty decent. I would have loved to see you do this. I don't know. I like this because it's on point and it's in a situation where realistically they're going to want to have to push here. So this is better because you're forcing them into an engagement into your Kiri ult. Realistically, if it was a higher level team, I think I would take the trade and they probably would just run away. But this is still on the right track because it's in a situation where they're probably going to want to fight you.
So, put in the direction they want.
Yeah, or like not where they want to fight, but you're forcing them to fight. You're not letting them just run away from you. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, the forcing them in right.
Yeah. Don't think that Suzu was needed, but that was a little harder spot. I still think that fight could have been taken a little better, but right here is a TP, but that's fine. Wait, you guys actually win this. Looks like. They duplicated Echo and forced them off the point. Wow, that's funny.
There was constantly running them down to like almost no time. But into that point, we finally eventually stopped the like super push. Because when teams get to like overtime or very low time, there's some of that game like no adrenaline or no find of help or something. No, I mean overtime, especially like nothing really. Well, I guess some things change in overtime, but nothing that is so important to focus on.
for these things. So realistically, I know we talked about a lot today, but I want to make sure that this is super simple and makes sense. The first thing I want you to worry about is definitely Suzu and making sure we're using it when someone is actually in danger of dying.
Yeah, danger.
Really want to ask yourself, are they in danger? Can I heal them through this? Do I have to use Suzu? Because there's a lot of situations where we use Suzu early and then we don't get to use it later in the fight, and it really it bites us in the butt, for lack of a better term. Second thing I would want to say is that we really want to make sure that our ult is being used when enemies are close and that the distance is not very stretched out. That we actually can, you know, follow up on the ult that we use so that they can't just run away. It's really, really important. And I think you understand that. I mean, this is some stuff that it seems like you got pretty quick.
Nice.
I think that's aim ease in. I think that's the setting that takes, no, there is a setting that pulls your crosshair, and I'm pretty sure that's aim ease in, but I'm not sure entirely. It might be friendly aim assist, and if there is friendly aim assist, just turn that down to like 30 to 50 is what I would say. If that's something you think you're struggling with. To be honest, it didn't seem like you were struggling. It seemed like you were hitting most of your shots. So if you do want to get better at aiming, I think a really good code to use is Vaxa in the custom games tab. This is what I warm up with. It's VAXTA. I don't think this is super important for you to really worry about, though. I think the most important things for you to worry about are these first two things right here. Like, if you take nothing else from what I told you today, like these two things are what will make you a much better player, like by far. Because this meta is really weird on Kiriko, to be honest. But I mean, we'll look into the Suzu usage, because I agree with you. It's like kind of it's really important now. Yep, kicking off angle's fine. Hide chat real quick. Okay, so what I'm seeing in this fight, right, is that you're taking an angle, great. But we can both agree that this angle right here is realistically not the best, right? Like, you're going to shoot their toes. You never want to force yourself to only shoot someone's toes because you're only doing 40 damage a kunai. That's pretty negligible, right? Mm-hmm. What you kind of have to think about when in this scenario is, okay, in this meta, usually the Sojourn is going to try to get an angle. It's not really your job to deny the Sojourn an angle, but in Platinum, it kind of becomes your job. So something that's really important is to make sure that you're taking an angle that maybe you can get a lot of value out of, but which would be like this high ground. It's a lot easier to hit shots. Let's take this first step here. Like right here, a lot easier to hit a headshot, a lot easier to pressure them and do meaningful damage. The problem is it's also very easy for them to shoot you back. So the second step could be, if you don't really have an angle to shoot them from, I think just playing on this staircase and just waiting with maybe your Orisa and just waiting for the Sojourn to come up to deny her this space, then we'll force the fight in a much more advantageous favor for you, if that makes sense. By not letting this Sojourn get high ground, then she doesn't get free reign on your team. Therefore, you can get a lot more done. Than if you're on low ground getting shot by the Sojourn. Like, you're not going to... Even I, in an unranked GM, am going to get diffed by the Sojourn if she has high ground on me here. There's just no way I'm winning this fight. Unless I hit, like, the craziest shots of my life. That Suzu, then, is getting forced out due to bad positioning, not because, like, your idea behind Suzu is bad. But this 5-stack doesn't really look like they're plat. I'm going to be honest. There might be some Smurfs here. This might be a team that missed scrims and wanted to just play on ults. Not saying that they're crazy good, but they're definitely not plats. That was a good pull by your life leader, actually. Let's see, was that a good Suzu? Yes, that was a very good Suzu. Okay, why do you think I say that's a good Suzu? Why do you think I even think about that being a good Suzu or not?
Because the life weaver's behind,
Let's take out the life weaver of the equation. Think about Arisa. What about Arisa would make you think maybe I don't need a Suzu that?
Gold.
Yes.
And twirl, whatever it's called.
Twirl not so much, but gold most definitely. So something that's really important for you to keep tabs of in this meta, and it's something I didn't really highlight in any other ones yet, is that if your Arisa has gold, you don't really need a Suzu. Because the way that this meta works, and I know I'm really leaning into this, but it's a really big reason as to why your Suzu usage might feel off in Season 9 is because it's really meta dependent. Is like your Arisa never really should die because that's just kind of that's her identity as a character. And typically, you want to use your Suzu on the Sojourn since the whole meta revolves around getting your Sojourn on a position where she's going to be powerful and get kills. So you really want to try to use your Suzu to like make sure that she doesn't die when they try to push her back. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes, it does.
So
yeah.
I think that might be a reason why you struggled this game is because your team isn't trying to push back on this Sojourn. The cool thing is though, your comp in theory should win because you have a Kiri Suzu that makes your Sojourn more powerful than their Sojourn because they're running an Ana instead. That's kind of the whole theory behind this. It's like you have Suzu, therefore your Sojourn should be able to fight for the position better than their Sojourn should be able to. So typically the way that you get to keep your Suzu for longer is that you communicate with your Arisa or you keep tabs on your Arisa to make sure that you're not wasting Suzu when she has gold because she wants to save herself first.
Okay.
That's like the entire meta, and now it's like, oh shit, that makes so much more sense. And it's just hard because it's so hard to see that unless you're playing at like the highest level possible. But that's why it's like really nice to shoot at Arisa, an enemy Arisa, when she doesn't have gold. And that's like the only time you should really be looking to headshot Arisa on Kiri is to force out gold or when she doesn't have gold. It's like the only two times you should really shoot her. But this fight, their Sojourn got high ground. She got the position where you didn't have a Sojourn yet. So you kind of just take the L. That's good though. Like, see, these types of picks, these types of even just headshots, that will carry a game. Now that you understand though that that's the meta and like that's the character that matters, because almost every other character doesn't really matter in the game, it makes your life a lot easier. That's shooting the Arisa there is fine because like there's literally nothing else to shoot. Good TP, helping her out. Yeah, your Arisa should be fine. See, yeah, like your Arisa's crit, sure. But let's actually take a look at it because I think it's really important, even if it's not just for you, for everyone else. Like, sure, she's going to be crit here. But the craziest thing is when she ults, she now gets more health too. She gets another gold where she's not going to die. Like, it takes so much pressure to try to kill an Arisa. Even with an Echo and a Sojourn and a Mercy damage pocket, they couldn't do it. So you can get away with a lot if your Arisa's competent. Which you did do this fight, which made it a lot more decisive, to be honest. If you have any questions too, just let me know. I know I'm kind of going fast through this.
No, that's fine.
This meta is a lot more about existing harder than the enemy team, which I don't like these types of metas, but it is what it is. It's Overwatch. Damn, unlucky. Good Suzu idea, just needed to come out sooner in retrospect.
Yep. This is where I'm just gonna try to exchange and go to cart and die quickly.
Yep, that's the right play. That's the right play. Good job making it simple. Dying faster. It's very good. Most platinum players don't do that. That TP is really aggressive. Let me see here why you TP'd.
Thank you so much. Genji.
I don't mind it. He has deflect in retrospect, but this is plat, so sometimes that's the right play. You kept her alive. You somehow didn't die, so I'm chilling. All right, your Sojourn got a pick on their Sojourn. So this is a moment in ranked that I like to call, I found the teammate that's really bad that I don't want to support. In the nicest way possible. The Genji did like no damage for you supporting him there. And he did this so far away from the fight that really matters. And he's also playing Genji. So I'm going to break down why it's important here. So like we said before, your Sojourn or hit scan player is infinitely more important than your other DPS. Like infinitely more important. So when you're playing the Orisa Sojourn comp, your focus, if your Genji wants to be aggressive here, I think it's okay for you to try to TP in here and make a play. That's fine. But now from here on out, if the Genji took that long to even try to kill the Ana or Mercy here, I would say to not go for those plays and do the default play of just making sure your Sojourn and Orisa don't die. Because realistically, it looked like they were going to. I would just say the thing is I would play off of the main fight mostly with the Kiri here instead of going to help your Genji.
Okay.
I don't think the flank Genji is a bad idea. I think if you practice like your mechanics more, it'd be a lot more efficient. Right here though, like we killed the Sojourn. The fight's already pretty much won. I would just make sure that our front, like our main two characters, the Orisa and Sojourn, don't die because they are the backbone of this comp. If any one of them dies, life is difficult. And it looked like the Orisa was going to die because she has two Orisas looking at her. So I just think there's no real need to make a play here. It's arguably better and more beneficial just to help the Sojourn and the Orisa live. Because they're the targets. Like if your Genji dies, I mean, it's more just of a what the hell is he doing? It's also just a really hard fight to win because like this is an Ana with a damage boost. Yeah, I mean, you guys got away with it. At what cost? You used 3 ults. I mean, they also used a lot too. You used 2 ults rather. Interesting. If you have any questions, let me know. I know I'm going fast, but this meta is so much about just keeping Sojourn alive. Suzus don't look terrible though. It just seems like the approach to the fight is what makes it hard for you to find a Suzu that like makes sense. Okay, so we have ult. Can use that to engage. They're forcing you off height. It's kind of a shame that your team isn't even holding it, which makes it pretty difficult. But before dropping height, I would at least look and be cognizant of what is pushing you. Because if you get a headshot on the Sojourn, you maybe could at least force her to think a little bit before you drop instead of just getting this high ground for free. Don't die, but at least push back a little bit. Problem is she has a pocket, so it makes things a little harder, to be honest. I think your Sojourn should also be helping you keep that space up there. So I think you made the right play, but I would give yourself a little bit more information before just dropping. Because it seemed like you just dropped because you were scared. Which you don't always want to do. I think... I'm trying to think if the main things you're struggling with are just like what's important, and Kiri out here could have been better. I think you could have waited until they either started to try to push you or you were already pushing them, because they're just going to run away from this. It's too early. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We'll see though if it's a pattern. That's why I didn't really want to hard talk about it yet. Yep, that's good though. I think this is fine. You pushing forward there and forcing aggro lets the rest of your team kill. It kind of sucks that we used 3 ults, but I don't think that's your fault. I think your Kiri ult could have been better, but the Sojourn didn't need ult there. But okay, we're taking high ground. Right now, I would be looking to poke to try to get another ult. Which you do. Good job. Just got 15% off this. This is good. It's good, good, good. Yeah, I wouldn't really focus on like pressuring supports. I really would just focus on pressuring like the Sojourn, to be honest. Unless like the supports are such a free kill, but they're doing a really good job of, well, they're doing a very poor job of staying in the, what is he doing? A poor job of staying in the fight. And that's not really your fault that the Genji dies there. But see, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like the moment you hear this Sojourn is trying to take an angle, don't let her just do it for free. Like give her something to think about. Because if your Sojourn keeps the high ground, you're probably winning this fight. Even though your Genji died, it doesn't really matter. So long as your Sojourn gets more time, we're chilling. But then your team drops.
My gift to you.
This meta is so annoying. I hate it. I feel for you. I feel for you. Oh, good headshot. That's fight defining. I like this. I like this a lot. Yes, 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 yes. You just won the fight. You should have just won the fight there. Let's see if it actually happens.
Personal space. Feels like selling.
Now I'm predicting res. Or trying to, but then you'll see.
Yeah, that's on your team. That's on your team for not letting that res happen. But still, going up again, not letting her just have this for free. Yeah. Perfect. That should win you the fight, like 100%. Okay, you're forcing them to invest so much more. They just nanoed and... Yeah, okay, Suzu could have been a little earlier there. Okay, here's the thing, right? They should have won that fight without using 3 ults. You forced them to use 3 ults because you forced the Sojourn off height so hard. But realize how the moment Sojourn gets height again, she just dominates your team. Your Sojourn has no hope at all. It's so simple, but like, just you have the opportunity to force these people away. Wait, you actually win this fight? I was gonna say, Sojourn's just way too oppressive. Sojourn's just way too strong. She's been strong for a year and a half. It's tilting. Does it make sense when we look at the fight in that way?
Yeah, it does. Right. So yeah, so I play a lot of high ground like tanks and stuff too as well. So a lot of my playstyle, I'm very much let's control high ground, because that allows you to do things like go behind them and drop. You don't have to expend resources, right? Like if I'm playing Winston, I can be on the high ground, drop, and then jump back to the high ground, right?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of that has influenced how I try to play some of my support heroes, right? And yeah, I mean, a DPS that's getting pocketed on the high ground, I always feel like, and maybe this is just a bit absurd, I always feel like if that's happening and I'm playing tank, that's my fault. I don't know what in the Orisa mirror, I'm not really sure how that plays out, but you know.
So here's the thing, right? Your Sojourn is kind of hard trolling by never just holding positions. What I would say is like, hey Sojourn, like I want to give you a spot where you're just gonna dominate. Like let me help you. Like I'm here, trust me, you'll be fine. Is like the only real calm you can do, because your Sojourn is just playing low ground the whole time. The other thing that you have a tendency of doing, which makes sense if you like Winston a lot, is you're supporting this Genji a little too much. You're giving him more resources than he really needs. Like I don't think if Genji goes in the backline here, you have the range to just like send in healing with him. You don't really need to go and TP in to Suzu him. Like he will be fine if he's one winning on.
Yeah.
Huh?
I think he did get purpled. The
thing is, if he gets purpled, it doesn't matter. He's 250 HP.
Yeah, that's true.
And the other thing is, the Ana wants you to waste Suzu on bad targets, which would be the Genji. Remember, we want to keep the Suzu to keep things that actually matter alive, which in this meta, which you're never going to run a game that is this meta important because you're playing as a 5-stack. In this meta, like the Sojourn means so much more. The hit scan means so much more than a Genji that's kind of inting and needs to use Blade to kill one Ana. That's another thing. It's like if the dude isn't that great, you don't want to invest in him. You want to invest into the guy that's playing the good character kind of thing.
Okay.
If the entire enemy team is turning for your Genji, go for it. But they never were. The problem is that the Sojourn got high ground, and we need to make sure that we're trying to stop that. You're doing an okay job of it, like better than doing nothing. It's just that your team isn't really helping you, and there's some like key things that we didn't know about the comp that now that we do know about it, it'll make life easier.
Like a gentle rain.
Like, why is Orisa just letting her have that angle? She's such a free pick if someone else goes in there. She's actually hanging so hard. Okay, we almost have Kiri ult though. I think we walk in. We start walking in now, and we're gonna Kiri ult this corner. Oh no, we overclocked instead. This is fine. Don't wanna waste. Okay, yeah, that's a good Kiri ult. I wish I would have seen it sooner, just like as soon as you get it, to be honest.
Okay.
That's not like a rule of thumb that you should always be using it as soon as you get it, but like right here, nope, let's back it up.
Typically, we want to use overclock in open space, and when you see that your Sojourn has ult, she's probably going to use it in plat, and it's a bad place to use it. You want to use, and here's the thing, I'm going over this just to make sure we're on the same page. You want to use Kiri ult when you're going to really force people to fight on cart. So I think the Kiri ult here is a better use of an ult than the overclock, because overclock wants to be used in like a very open space that you can shoot everyone. There's too much cover here. So when I see this and I'm like almost on my ult, I would just be staging like you're going to use your ult here to win the fight. This is really high level stuff, to be honest. But like, see how if I use my ult on this line, they're going to have a really hard time getting away. And then we're going to get cart control. And then like, honestly, all these people should die because we're already closing the distance and we have better brawl with the Genji. Is that? Yeah. That's the crazy thing too, is that your Genji's, you're playing with your Genji like your Genji's a dive character, but in this composition, Genji plays as brawl. Brawling with the team and just dashing through and trying to get as many dashes as possible.
So he kind of plays that like opportunistic, like Soldier 76 kind of.
He's
style.
the
and then
Genji.
low and he'll dash to get a kill.
Yeah.
I don't play
pretty much.
Genji myself, so that's why I'm always like. So yeah, so one of the things that I do struggle sometimes is when I play Lucio and I have like a Genji, I'm like, that guy's not going to really get a lot of support, right? Especially if he's going on these like odd flanks. And so maybe as Kiriko, I'm overcompensating again.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if someone's gonna troll, screw it. Like, it doesn't matter. Just play with the people that are gonna play correct. And in plat, it's kind of like making, if this guy's gonna int in the back line and they're gonna like look at him, then it's your turn to just carry. I wouldn't try to be on Lucio and try to like help this dude on a flank. You just shouldn't be flanking in general. In this composition, the Genji, if you're playing Genji over Tracer, Tracer's role is to really just like hold specific space so that the Sojourn can't take that space. And then allowing, because the Sojourn doesn't have to worry about this, they can take the high ground or something and then not have to worry about something else shooting them and just focus on just carrying. Like, everything is about the Sojourn in this comp. If you're going to swap the Genji, he's essentially just saying, on this map, there is no other angle that is going to contest my Sojourn, that it is better for me to just play something that can kill stuff in a straight line and just brawl out. But he doesn't get that. Your Genji doesn't. And neither does your Sojourn. And neither does Lifeweaver or Orisa because it's plat, but that's what you should be looking for. Okay. It's almost like opportunistic where it's Soldier, I guess, but I wouldn't think of it in that way because Soldier is like, he should always be off angling, but it's not worth it to get into the semantics. At the end of the day, from a mechanical perspective on Kiriko here, you have them right where you want them. They're fighting on the objective. There's really no way that they can run away from you. If I see that my ult is almost online, I'm going to look at this fight and I'm going to be like, yeah, I want to just win the fight here with my Kiri ult. Just walk forward and use it. If it's a good opportunity, I would do it. I think we just waited too long and the fight got out of hand. And now it's like really hard to find a good Kiri ult because now they're starting to split up and run away. They already ran away at this point. We saw earlier how they were all sitting right here on the circle. Now that we overclocked and it was in a bad spot, they got the chance to like split up a lot. And now this Kiri ult's going to have a really hard time getting them killed.
I see. So they disengaged.
Yes.
Right. And then I already had it in my mind that I was going to ult. And I think I overcommitted at that point.
Yeah. The big thing here, and you had a problem with this in your last Kiri ult. So this is something that I think it will be a big takeaway, is that you want to use Kiri ult when they are close and they're not going to be able to just run away. Because Kiri ult's one of the best ultimates in the game. The only real counter you have to it is running away if you don't want to ult back. Like, that's the only real way you can counter it. So it's your job as the Kiri to mitigate their win or their reaction to it to run away as best as possible by using it to them as close as possible without going behind them so they don't just walk forward. You want to use it when you're like right here where the Orisa is and then just walk forward and burn the Orisa.
Okay.
If you want something more specific in how we use Kiri at a high level with her ultimate and a high level, typically what happens is I call for my Tracer. Hey, scout the Sojourn. Where is she at? She's on high ground. All right, Lucio and Tracer, you're going to go high ground, boop her down to the low ground, and then we're going to Kiri ult on her and kill her. That is typically how we execute a Kiri ult in top 500. That never gonna happen in plat, but that helps with, okay, we're gonna find the target that's important. We're gonna force her close to us, and then we're gonna Kiri ult where she cannot run away. That's how it typically goes.
Okay.
It sounds really difficult, but because that's like such a default play for us at this point, when you climb the ranks, people are gonna be looking for that a little more. But see here, they're just gonna run away, and I mean, you do get the pick on the Sojourn because she was split, but this pick over here should have happened like 5 years ago. It wasn't. This was still a bad all things considered. Good job not Suzuing your Orisa, actually. Like, actually, really good job, like, just taking the fight forward because she had gold. Bravo. Very well done. You guys are doing really well, like, all things considered, playing against a 5-stack that... I mean, actually, your comp's kind of better. Both comps are actually something that I don't... They're not perfect, but I don't mind them. I like that you're poking. I think you can still just be a little bit more aggressive on the poke. Like, they didn't really force you out yet. They were trying to, but they failed. So you definitely could have just stayed on this angle and maybe even gotten a pick on the Ana. I think you were a little too scared too fast there. I like the idea, though. It's definitely something if you want to try to get your ult again, like you want to poke before the fight. Yep, you're poking the right targets. Forcing Sojourn to look at you. Yep, good backup. Alright, they're using so many ults. Time to run away. Wow, good hold on the Suzu. Problem is, yeah, your Sojourn needed it. I mean, I think I'm actually getting a good idea of what the main problems are. I think the big thing is just meta misunderstanding, but to be honest, like, I think even most of top 500 doesn't get this meta right now. And the Kiri ult. Your Orisa uses gold really early. That is tough. It's a good pick, though. Get that. Oh, yep. Get that Mercy. Kiri carry. Didn't need the Suzu there. He wasn't crit, but...
Sometimes I'll do that if I just want to do a little bit more damage and not have to worry about healing. Maybe that's a bad play.
You definitely don't want to use Suzu for healing, ever. It's not like a Moira orb with healing where you can throw a healing orb and then you don't have to worry about it. If anything, you deal more damage and then you Suzu when they're crit, and then it just does more for what you're trying to do. If you time it better, it'll just do more. It's a decent idea, same kind of main idea, but the execution's different than on Moira. And if you played Moira before, like you said, like Moira used to be really strong lower ranks, they're kind of counter swapped the way that idea works, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So everything that we talked about on defense, is it resonating? Do I need to explain anything?
No.
Awesome. Okay. If you have anything that comes up, please do let me know. Honestly, this isn't bad. This isn't bad at all. I just think that this meta is difficult. Like, it's a weird Kiri meta. It's nothing like we've seen before, I feel. But I almost prefer this style of Kiri in a weird way. So right here, it's the same thing. Like we were talking before, what really needs to get poked out here? This angle right here, you're going to maybe shoot an Orisa or maybe shoot a Torb. But in reality, it's the hit scan that needs to get pressured. They're on Ashe too, so that makes things a lot easier for you. But that's the thing that needs pressure. That's what needs the headshot. Because if you hit a headshot, now your DPS can actually like clean up. Because you're not the carry anymore in support. Well, you were the carry for about 8 years. Now we are really just playing support the way support was meant to be played.
Yeah,
where we're just doing
can
supplemental damage.
Yeah, so can I ask you this one question?
Yeah.
So, and this is something that I do struggle with. And it usually takes until either the first fight is over, and as I'm kind of like reflecting on it, you know, after the fight, right? When you walk up and you don't know what they are because, you know, it's like 15 seconds, you know, hasn't popped up, and you don't know that they have Life Weaver, Torb, Ashe, you know, whatever. How quickly, and I think this is what I always struggle with, especially if I watch very high level players, because they're able to recognize things very immediately, like, oh, they have this composition, they have this DPS, this is how this DPS wants to play. It takes me a while to reflect back on, oh, they have an Ashe, so the Ashe is probably going to be positioned here. What are some of the tools or techniques that, you know, you kind of have been helped with your coaching, you know, to help people kind of recognize those kind of scenarios faster. Because right now it's like, oh, well, let me go on this off angle, because sometimes, yeah, there's going to be like everybody's just holding down on card and plat right here, and then you'll get a pick. But it's like, but that's inconsistent, because first of all, you shouldn't be doing that. And then second of all, you know, yeah, like they have a life weaver, and like I probably didn't even notice that until I hit tab after the fight was over.
I mean, that's a really good question, and it's a really hard question to answer, because at the end of the day, like the only reason why I know exactly what to do in what situation is because I have like over 2,000 hours in this game. So it's just kind of like I see a situation, I know it. That being said, one thing is just like what characters are overtuned right now. Mainly being whoever's playing hit scan is just really good with the DPS passive. They do a lot of damage. Like the sojourn is so important. So like my brain in this meta is wired to that. But in terms of just like reading a comp, you really have to think in their shoes of like, where would they want to be? Like, where would an Ashe want to be? Would an Ashe want to be stuck on low ground where they're going to be forced to shoot an Orisa before they can shoot anyone in the backline because the Orisa's meat shielding? Or do they want to cut that out of the equation and just hold high ground and get on your backline? Which are the
They want
two?
dynamite,
Huh?
right? Like they want to get a good dynamite.
Yeah, and it's easier to do that where? On low ground or on high ground?
On high ground.
Yeah. And at that point, you can just assume that that's what they want to do. That's probably where they're going to be. And then from that, you deny what they want to do. You do what you want to do, which is get your sojourn on high ground. And if you can do that consistently, you'll win the game. Typically, I don't teach people this until they get to Masters, because I feel like most people don't really know what every character wants to do yet, and they need to figure that out. But the whole idea, this is tempo. It's like, how fast does someone want to play, or how do they want to play to make their character do the best work? Like that is how, if you can play to your tempo while denying the enemy their tempo, you win every single game you play. And it doesn't matter if it's Overwatch, if it's Rainbow Six Siege, if it's CS, if it's Valorant, if it's Rocket League even. Like, if you play the better tempo, you'll win the game. Did I lose you there? Because it's a very hard concept.
Okay.
So yeah, the whole thing here is like they're playing a Torb and an Ashe.
And the turret's actually not where it usually is. It's usually on grass, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so yeah, like that's.
I'm
kind
just
of a weird
reacting.
spot,
Here's
yeah.
the thing. In my brain, it doesn't matter where the turret is. I just know that if I have a Genji or a Tracer, that turret needs to get shot first, so that my character can do what they want to do and not let the turret go up. It doesn't matter where it is. We'll scout where it is and we'll kill it. Like, that's just the de facto how we deal with Torb. The way we deal with Ashe is she wants to be on a high ground. She might not be on this high ground, but if she's on this high ground, it's like, we can't really force her out here. But the other thing is, now our hit scan gets to do what they want to do better. So long as we let our hit scan do what they want to do better, have the better high ground, they'll win this trade and we'll win the fight. So and here's the thing. The way we simplify this is by me just teaching you how this meta works of get our Sojourn to where she wants to be, win game. Because that is how simple this meta is. It's just really hard to get them there sometimes.
Okay.
So the big thing, when I look at this, me on Kiri, me shooting an Orisa, I'm never going to get value there. It's so hard for me to get anything meaningful out of that. I get less ult charge on a headshot. My headshot means less because she has more health. She has gold, not doing anything. What I want to do on Kiriko is get some meaningful damage or some meaningful healing, get someone to a meaningful position, which means I'm shooting squishies. Easiest squishy to force out would be the Ashe, because she's going to be the one that's going to be like actually just revealing themselves. That's the approach that I'm trying to get at here.
Okay, great.
In different metas, it's going to be varied, but at least for the one right now, this is kind of how it works. And it's easier for me to get a headshot on an Ashe when I'm over here as compared to you being like here. It's so hard. The angle for Ashe is so much easier there, in my opinion. And I feel like you feel that. That's a good Suzu. That was a really good Suzu. Yeah, but your team forcing out their Ashe early kind of just like made their Orisa troll. It wasn't like a really well played fight by them by any means. Good job not forcing Suzu. That was really good. But you guys played better still there, so well done. We're on Malga now? Oh, it's over. Yeah, I think you guys are gonna roll. I don't know, maybe not. I think that's a fine. Suzu, you didn't really have a lot of info, so I probably would have done that. Wow, she got rolled. This is hard. Hollywood's always difficult. You want to take high ground, but your Sojourn just died. So that makes things really complicated. But their Malga's playing point, so maybe you just get Kiri ult and win. No need to Kiri ult, maybe? Yeah, I don't think you need to. Nope, I like that TP. Oh, no, maybe you're going to need to now. Oh, maybe not. Okay, this fight's so out of... Right here, I just think you tunnel visioned a little too hard on a flank. I mean, once you get the pick on the Life Weaver here, you really want to make sure, like, hey, what are the two important characters on my team? It's the Sojourn and the Orisa. Your Sojourn's dead, I believe. No, what the hell she's over here for? Okay, interesting.
And sometimes I'll be a bit more aggressive, like when I know, so when I know I have a support that is able to pocket the tank a little bit, right? So I have a BAP. Life Weaver can be a bit hard because they can't really pocket tanks as much, but I'm almost thinking that that they're going to be playing a little bit. Now maybe that's naive, but the BAP died, right?
Yeah,
so,
BAP dies, so things
yeah.
change.
Yeah, so I lost track of that, and that's actually probably
That's why you lost.
I lost track of that, but then I still went on a flank, so that's where I need to work on.
My thing is that nothing, even if the BAP doesn't die, nothing hurts from just like making sure you're aware of like where everyone is before you start flanking. Making sure that you have the opportunity to do it before you're just like, screw it, I'm just gonna do it anyways. Some of like the top streamers, maybe they don't even explicitly look, but they at least hear like, okay, this is where people are in the fight, and they just kind of know where they should be going. But when you're first starting out, you have to kind of like dismantle a fight and kind of see where it's going. The fact that you just got this Life Weaver pick, it's like if you, for me right here, I don't see the need to flank because now I have numbers. Like now I have better spawns than they do. And so long as my key people live, I don't really have to make a play. I don't have to flank. So long as my people just live, we win and we don't troll. That's like why immediately I would be looking like, okay, we got the pick. I don't need to look for a flank first. Is my Orisa healthy? If my Orisa's healthy, I can go up here and I can kill the Ashe if I want. But we didn't clear that condition first. Same thing with Sojourn. Like, is my Sojourn okay? We just kind of went up here. Our Orisa now dies, and we lose the fight because of it. We should lose the fight because of it. Yeah. Again, it's a meta misunderstanding. Maybe Kiri in the past was played in a much more like aggressive tone, and I feel like you can if there's different characters in play, but because people are actually playing the meta, it makes the game function in this way. Let's look back at this Kitsune. I was yapping and I wasn't paying attention as hard as I could have been. So again, right here, my team's not all ready. Half of them are on high ground. And the Malga still has the ability he needs to get away, like, coming very soon. This Kiri ult, because of that, doesn't really get any value at all. Because they can just get away. Sure, it sustains us, but what does it really sustain for us? A bad position, whether Ashe has high ground? Wait, why'd she just drop? But do you see how I'm saying why this Kiri ult could improve a lot?
It can, and I think what I struggle with, especially sometimes in plat, is I would like for us to start the fight on the high ground. Like, let's push Ashe off. My tank's not doing that.
Yeah.
And then from there, from the high ground, yes, you ult, because that's always like super beneficial. But my tank's not doing that. So I'm like, how can I work around, and that's what I'm struggling with honestly as support right now. It's like I have an idea of what I think the fight should be. It's wrong, but I have this idea for how I would play because I'm like a high plat, low diamond tank, right? But when I play support, I play a little bit lower, right? So I'm thinking, okay, this is how I would approach the fight as a tank player. But then when I'm playing it as support, I'm like, well, I guess how can I get value out of this when I feel we should be at least pushing Ashe off first? That's the first thing, and then everything else will kind of flow from there. But again, maybe that is a little, misguided because I have to support people with what they want to do versus what I'm thinking is the quote unquote correct play.
Okay, I agree with you. You definitely should try to take high ground and then Kitsune Rush to maybe try to kill this Ashe. That's the right way to play it. Because that's the right play, even if your team's not doing it, it doesn't excuse you using this ult in a bad way because this doesn't really help you at all. Like this is just not, like, it's better if you just not to use it. What I would suggest is if your team's going to play like this, you could go high ground yourself and you could honestly Kitsune Rush up top yourself and take the 1v2 against this and probably force them off into your team, which now gets the pick. Like sometimes you just got to do it yourself. But the thing that and I'm not going to say you should do that every time because that's really dangerous the higher you go. But like that's something to try. Because on Kiri, you can always just TP back to your team. But the thing I definitely don't want to see is you to continuously use Kiri ult in a terrible way that's causing you like fights because like you want to try to make your tank go in. To be honest, it's not terrible for your team to want to just hug this low, to just hug this low ground and just deny this Ashe LOS. Like that is a play. But like just because your team's misplaying doesn't excuse the fact that you just misplayed really hard too. That's a really big thing. Like sure, I agree with you. But this is also, like, imagine if we had this when their Ashe inevitably did drop. Because look what your team's doing. Like, sure, they're not taking hype, but they're making the best use out of it. It doesn't have to be ideal. If they're just all sitting down here, the Ashe can't shoot them. The Ashe is eventually just going to drop because she's in plat for a reason. She's not just going to hold there and know that it doesn't matter that you're pushing cart. Which inevitably she actually does.
Was their Diamond 3 player. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Diamond, plat, there's not a whole lot of differences. I mean, I'm going to get some flack for that. But see, eventually here, like, this Ashe, still, even though it's not ideal, like, sure, your team is dumb and not playing here, but you also have to understand the enemy team is just as dumb. What's the right play for this Ashe? The right play for this Ashe is to literally not care and just stand on this high ground. Because if the point doesn't get to point number 3, don't matter how much the enemy team's pushing it. All she needs to do is stand here until you guys get to this pink circle here, and now she has another angle where she wins. But she didn't do that. She dropped off for you. And now, imagine if we had Kiri ult now, where the Mauga goes here, and now the Ashe is on low ground, and you can just walk up and actually use it. Sure, your teammates suck, and they're misplaying, but like now, when you play correctly, it just rolls even harder.
I see.
And that's why in every single game for every single player that I've ever coached in any game, they always complain about their teammates when they're in this plat range. But the moment they just stop and they really hard focus on themselves, they go from being someone that could be diamond that deserves it to someone that is definitely diamond, maybe even deserves like masters or GM, because this rank is you were going to coin flip so many times. But what really matters is where are you going to be in like 2 months from now? Or once you finally get diamond, are you going to shoot up or are you going to stay there? You definitely don't want to stay there.
Yeah. So we reviewed my Brig gameplay previously.
Yeah.
And I'll play her on occasion, like when I feel like the situation is good. But yeah, it's, I think one thing that I'm doing poorly, and I think a lot of players do this, especially if they watch other people, etc., is it's too easy to overcomplicate things, right? Like sometimes I get frustrated, yes, if my tank isn't going high ground, and that kind of tilts me a little bit. It does, right? I have to be just okay with what their decisions are because they're at that rank and I'm at my rank for support for a reason, right? Like like I'm doing bad kitsunes. And yes, they may be doing like not going high ground, but I'm doing bad kitsune. So I deserve to play with somebody who's not doing the right thing either, because these are compounding things that over the course of a time actually go up. And now I'm actually plat 2. So I've like since your brig review that I've had with you, I've climbed like substantially, and I don't play that much. I only play probably a couple times a week, but still it's I understand what you're saying though, because that's just me not taking accountability for a bad kitsune, right? Because I'm frustrated, potentially with
100%.
what I perceive is not the play.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's good that you know that this is the right play, but this is ranked. Like, even in GM, people be doing this. It never gets better. It's more about, like, adapting to the situation and making the most of it. And, like, even in my unranked GMs, I lose the most in Platinum. The most. Because it is so unpredictable. And it's really about just being like, okay, let's really make sure I play as perfectly as possible and try my best to carry. It's so hard for me to fathom stuff like this, but like this is the thing that wins you the game, is the enemy's mistake more so than yours. If you just make less mistakes, that's kind of how you climb out of plat eventually. And then once you learn it, you shoot through diamond, because then people are much more consistent, and then you're masters. That's like how support climbing works. I've seen it time and time again, where like plat supports are usually better than diamond supports, but they play too good for their rank. It's very common.
And one thing that I did want to ask you about.
Yep.
Malga ult. So you can't heal through it, obviously, but I kind of see it as this all or nothing, where the team has to basically commit to it, because if anybody's trapped in, we're gonna lose that person. And typically, yes, I'll either walk in or I'll TP in. Is that the right approach for that ult?
It's so situational. Sometimes it's better just to let them die. Sometimes if you can manage to get a pick in there and you can make them live, it's better to commit. There's no like one shoe fits all or one size fits all there. I don't think you needed to TP in Suzu because that Orisa had gold. That's a meta thing though. Yep, I'm with, oh wait, she is all, what the heck? That's unfortunate. I think that was the right play to at least force her out. I think that if we didn't waste Suzu on Orisa when she didn't need it, you had Suzu there, life is, you probably live more, to be honest, and you win this fight then. Rough. Wait, you guys winning this? I want to see this. Kill Ram. Kill the Ram. No way. Oh. Wait. Hanzo carry? Hanzo Bab carry? Wow, your team carried. Wow, good on them. That's crazy. All right, I like that you're being aggressive. Oh, come on. Yes. Let's go. I've had those moments before in ranked, or not ranked, in literal like competitive matches where people are watching you play. I've whiffed those kind of kills. Those hurts. Okay, so they have Molten Core. That's going to be the answer to your Kitsune, but I don't think that should stop you. Good pick. Your Hans is popping. Yep, I think we just chill here. Yep. I think we just chill here. Yep. Yep. Well done. We're not wasting Suzu. Possible Kitsune after that Ram thing. I would look for Kitsune this cart, like right now. Again, way too far away. Way too far away. Where do you think would be better?
At the corner. At
the corner. Where they're fighting on cart about 5 seconds prior. Force them in here, you win the fight. I would argue, though, that you guys don't even really need the Kitsune in this fight. You guys could really just win. Kill this Ram out of position. Actually, no, you need the Kitsune because they have 5. Never mind. Disregard what I said. So yeah, now this Ram gets to hold cover. Your team has to, yeah. That Ram should die. I would Suzu yourself there, just to make sure that you live. You living is so important. You might be the most important to live, but you really should never be dying in this comp, in my opinion.
Honestly, in this scenario, when you don't really have any angles to shoot, I would much rather you play a safer play style where you're looking at the Sojourn, looking at the Orisa, and just making sure they're not taking damage. Not
So-
playing this flank play style here.
Okay, yeah. So when I was looking back on this, I was thinking, should I have possibly just gone up to the high ground here?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say if you want to do damage, the way is to climb up this. Maybe like shoot the Ashe and Mercy so that they don't just have free reign on your team. If you don't want to do that, I would just stay back here and make sure you're healing people that matter, because it's so hard. This is such a hard place for you to get, like, force people off. Realistically, what should be happening is well, you don't have a tracer. Your tracer in the ideal scenario would be sitting on cart while your whole team would be up here, force them off of this high ground, drop, keep the Sojourn up here, win the game. But it's not ideal. But your teammates are doing a really good job of living. Yeah, okay. Honestly, they nanoed Ram ult. You're not winning that fight. That is fine. We have overclock now, though, so life should be good. So, like, yeah, I mean, I know that your BAP can heal, but it's like, make sure that your Sojourn's living. Like, these two are so important. It's your BAP, honestly, I would rather him be just doing more damage, in my opinion. Because, like, he's shooting a shield and shooting a turret over you. I think his damage is better. Good CP. Suzu wasn't needed. It was too early. Suzu yourself there. Buy yourself time if you catch yourself in a bad spot.
I should have TP'd back. I don't think.
Well, you didn't have it yet. You needed to use Suzu to buy yourself time. Also,
No, I
yeah.
mean like 5 seconds before. I shouldn't have.
Yeah,
TP'd
I mean,
to her. Yeah.
the other
So,
thing is
yeah.
just like not playing so close to your tank when they have a Ram and they have a Torb. Understanding like, hey, they want to be close to you. You kind of want to be farther back now from your team. That's a tempo thing, but I don't think that's the main thing you need to focus on.
Keep attacking.
So now we have 2 snipers and we have Kitsune.
Yeah, that right there is just you need to make sure the healing's actually hitting him. And that's going to lose you the fight. You just lost off that.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Winnable. Now they rezzed it. When you still have Kitsune, and because overtime is coming, they have to fight point, but you did this about 7 seconds early when there was one person on cart and super far away again. Like, I'm telling you, the closest you can get to them, like right here, so that you can walk past them and you really reap the benefits. Kitsune is definitely like the most glaring, but like the other stuff isn't as bad. It wasn't the worst Kitsune, which wasn't the best either. Yeah, that Ram's gonna ult you now, and if we waited until overtime, we get to burn this Ram before he gets ult. But what they did better was they waited for overtime. They waited for the Ram to get ult. They nanoed him, and now that you have to fight on cart, you literally can't do anything about the Nemesis. He just wins. Like, he will just have it forever. Yeah, and even if you try to make a play, it doesn't do enough for you. All right, let's look at this. Do you have any questions before I go into the takeaways, or do you want to wait? Okay, cool. So, number 1, I think we both know what this is going to be. Kitsunes definitely need a lot of work. Just making sure that you're using it when you're close to the enemy team and they do not get to run away from it. It is easily the most powerful ultimate in the game, but it could be the worst ult in the game if you don't use it right. And I think if you just use these Kitsunes better, you would have won that game. That's like the smallest thing I would say. This one I feel like is pretty self-explanatory. Number 2, I'm going to say is just like meta. And mostly just like, and this is with every meta though, it's just like making sure we're actually doing effective damage instead of damage just for the sake of damage. Like, not shooting a tank really anymore. Unless your whole team is shooting the tank, unless the Orisa doesn't have gold, unless there's nothing else to shoot. Making sure that we're trying to throw a few kunais to maybe hit a headshot on a DPS that forces them out. Like, that makes a big difference. I think we talked about that a good bit today, too. Do you have any questions about this one? Because I feel like this is pretty ambiguous. The last one I'd say is honestly Suzu's. This kind of goes into the meta, like who you should be looking for, but just making sure that people actually need it. There was a few times where you got flustered and you just kind of used it because you didn't know what else to do. That's why I have this at number 3. Usually I'd have this higher. I think these two are the main problems right now. I think if you work on these two, then the Suzu will be more apparent when it's wrong.
I can definitely say that Suzu usage probably will be an issue just because it's like what the most people struggle with, but... So a lot of this meta is that it is not your job. Let me rephrase that. Like, it's your job to heal the Doomfist, but you shouldn't be TPing onto the Doomfist unless like you are hard engaging on a target and like it's safer for you to be with your Doomfist than it is to be somewhere else. In this meta, realistically, Kiriko plays really slow and she just kind of exists. If the Doomfist needs heals, the Doomfist comes back to you. You just kind of exist, get your ultimate, maybe poke some headshots here and there, but it's a very passive playstyle in Kiriko. That being said, I didn't want to say that off the rip because in ranked it might be different. In ranked, you might just want to look for headshots and carrying. But the thing is, when you TP in here, a good team would realize, wow, Kiri just used TP. If they were on like the Lucio comp, they would just speed on you and you'd be dead instantly. Right. Because you have Suzu, sure, but after that, you're done. Your TP is really just to keep you alive. Like right here, you probably should die. Yeah. And you almost die. You take what would have almost been lethal damage before patch, which also forces out your cleanse. And now your team is diamond, so they don't think, oh, let's wait for cleanse. They just think, oh, let's go in, and it's probably going to end up you losing this fight, but I'm not sure. See, like right there, I just don't think you need to use TP. I think you could, if you wanted to walk in, you would just climb up the wall. You always want your TP to get out. You don't really want a TP to get in. And that's a universal thing for Kiriko that I think has been part of that character for forever. It's just really important now with how much can kill you. It's not the end of the world against what they have, but in higher lobbies, you're going to really pay for that. Yeah, you kind of wasted Suzu because you TP'd into nothing, and that kind of costed you the fight, at least in that situation. That's a fine TP, I think, because you're still in a safe spot. They can't really get to you. I can see the mechanics thing. This is normal for moving over to console. The problem is that because you're trying to get closer to people to hit a shot because you feel like that's the only way you can hit shots, it compromises your positioning, and then it makes everything else about your kit kind of lackluster. But it like forces you to use Suzu when you know you really don't want to use it. Yeah. Wow, he died immediately. I wasn't even expecting him to die that fast, to be honest. How is this fight still going on? You guys should have lost like 10 times over. Oh, he just fed. That right there, your Kitsune just got blocked, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That's what you were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's an easy fix. Like, you've already figured that out. I don't need to tell you that again. Okay, Malga just exists. The big thing I'm seeing here, you like to use your TP a lot to get in, when realistically, if you just pathed early from the start and you knew where you wanted to go before the fight happened, you'd be in a much better spot. Number two is you use your Suzu really early. You only really should be doing that whole idea that you were talking to me about if you want to like cleanse the DPS passive, if you have your ult, because then you get your Suzu back so fast anyways, it doesn't really matter. I think the main use of Suzu still stands, where it's like if they are going to die, if you do not use Suzu, you use Suzu. And I made a video on that, which I can link to you guys then
Alright,
after
so
this.
use it for slightly more threatening situations.
Use it for like if people are going to die, if people are at threat for dying, and that you can't heal them through it. If you can heal them through it, just don't use Suzu. But Suzu should be used when like they are going to die otherwise. Or if you want to try to like cleanse a queen ult or cleanse a pulse bomb or something, you want to hold on to it. It's deeper than just like, oh, cleanse DPS passive, lol. Because realistically, like if you're gonna be able to heal through it anyways, still, it's not that big a deal. Especially since the new patch is coming out soon, that's gonna decrease the effect of the DPS passive. Again, this is one of those things that's like, I think this is a fine play if they didn't have ults. This is like what I'm saying, where I think Kiri thrives being a lot more passive in this meta. If they didn't have ults and you wanted to flank for the fight and try to get some like poke damage to get your ult, I think that's fine. But it's the fact that they have the visor and the Malga ult that you want to be ready so that you can you can E this cage match without having to TP into it and then essentially just killing yourself. Like you probably die here, surely. I'm just so surprised that people are so. Yeah, okay. You know what? You get away with it, but still, a higher level game, like you're gonna struggle.
Yeah.
Wild. Yeah, the movement and everything, just feeling comfortable on the keyboard and mouse, definitely is gonna help you out a lot. In terms of like you're engaging and re-engaging, like I think you definitely were GM on console. Like you have decent decision making. Like I think it could be refined a lot more, but this isn't really diamond level. I don't think that's a good rush. But yeah, this is the moment where you can use Suzu early because you're just gonna get it back so fast. Like look how fast it's cooling down. That's wild. I just want to know why this is a 24-minute game, because eventually something's gonna shit's gonna hit the fan and you're not gonna be carrying as hard. And I'm really interested in seeing when that is.
Yeah, it's like a combination of us kind of throwing and them just turning on their brains, I guess.
I like the poking here. I think you could go even harder with it. Wow, your chaser just died. Yeah, now we just back off. Suzu's fine. Yeah, they're using ults, whatever. I don't even think with a Suzu at the right time you're gonna win that, so they're just ulting. Let's see the next fight. We're coing. I like the damage. Definitely need to work on the aim so that we get more out of it. Not needed, the Suzu, because you're gonna get out of that. You're gonna have yourself regen proc soon, and you had a healing field. This is probably gonna cost you. I mean, I guess it didn't cost you per se. It should have.
But I could have saved Moira with that.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
you probably could have saved Moira. She did just kind of get domed. Yeah, it just wasn't a needed Suzu. I think the main things I'm really going to focus on are the TP and Suzu, because like those two abilities are what makes you like indestructible. And if you're not using them right, you're now destructible on Kiri.
Right.
Like the TP in there is really dangerous. I think just having your team break the bubble first, which was probably going to happen, is the better play, personally. That's what I would have done. Because realistically, the moment they see you TP and Suzu, they should just walk. I don't know why they didn't when they had visor up as well, but they didn't. Yeah, lost fight. You can wait. You can wait to TP. You're not the focus yet. You want to wait to use your TP until someone like ints on you, pulls some focus away, then TP. Because if you just TP onto the target that's already taking a shitstorm of damage, what's going to happen? They're going to look at you now and then you just die immediately. You can time it. You got 30 meters to work with. That's a lot of space. And it's a Nano Primal is not scary. I'm going to be honest. I don't know why people think Nano Primal is good, but they do. Nano Normal Monkey is the way. It's the wave. So yeah, you die because you TP into a Nano Monkey. Yeah, of course you're going to die. I feel like this is kind of stuff, you know, you're just like, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. Kiriko's very annoying and basic, and I hate her design. But this is what it is.
Yeah,
I don't mind it.
Jump there. Huh?
I don't mind that, Suzu, to be honest. But what were you saying? You want to wait until he uses jump?
Yeah, so we had kind of had comms, and I said, when Monkey jumps in, I'm gonna rush. So
yeah, I mean, sure. But you also they use Ko. I think it's totally fine to try to push here. To be honest, they're not really gonna run away from you. You got a Tracer Soldier and a Doomfist. They shouldn't outrun you. I know one thing for sure is that your fucking Tracer shouldn't be dying to a soldier. That is for sure. Nothing you can stop about that. I'm fine with that, Suzu, just because he was asleep. Well, actually, I'm not fine with that, Suzu, because he was going to wake up because he's a tank.
Yeah.
But let's see.
I had an ability. He might have. Oh, he did use block, so he probably could get out with slam, right? Yeah, he said slam. So he could have got out.
Yeah, I definitely think you can hold on to the Suzu, keep your soldier alive. If your soldier lives here, you actually probably win the fight. So I think you kind of trolled with that Suzu. Just because he didn't need it. He was going to get up anyway soon. It wasn't like he was crit. He wasn't really going to do anything for the fight because tank is kind of pointless in this meta. Yeah. Overall, it seems like a lot of the same things. TPing in a really aggressively and then Suzuing when you don't absolutely need to. Although sometimes you do Suzu really early when you do have your Kiri ult, which I think is fine. But I kind of have a good idea of the things that are really holding you. I'm fine with that Suzu. I think you didn't need it, but it was better than your other ones. Yeah, I'll put you on a Kovacs routine so that you can get better at mouse control, because that definitely helped me when I was moving from console to PC. Mouse control was hard.
Yeah, at first it felt so uncomfortable.
That was clean. Yeah, keyboard and mouse is really weird.
So uncomfortable, but yeah, over time I'm...
Oh, trust me, you're going to like keyboard and mouse a lot more than controller once you get used to it.
Yeah, I've heard.
Without a doubt, you're going to feel better on this.
So here I'm trying to set up an... Oh, wait, maybe I don't set up an off angle, but I thought I was playing there to set up an off angle and get more poke damage. Cause I'm not trying to over heal because we already have a Moira. I guess
I mean, your head's in the right space for ranked. I think you definitely should be poking and then TPing back into your team instead of TPing to your team to then start poking. I think that's the right way to do it, and it's just not what we were doing before. Especially with this kind of comp, you're really safe when you TP onto your team. You really shouldn't die when you're on your team. You have a Torb and a Bastion, unless something goes horribly wrong, you know? But yeah, I agree that taking the off angle and poking early is definitely the way to do it. Yeah, you just alleviated that Ferris pressure from your whole team, allowing your Torb to just absolutely dunk on Ramatra like he's Michael Jordan. I don't know. That's the perfect play to make. You don't even have to hit all your shots. Just the fact that you hit one headshot immediately pressures her off. That's textbook. That's textbook stuff right there. This is why Awkward says do damage, because it just kind of carries games when people don't know what they're doing. Yeah, but your presence here is definitely very strong. I don't think that was needed.
That was a misclick.
I mean, yeah. there are some growing pains from console too, because you start dying a lot faster.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that. You were still 30 meters away, so your heals were still gonna hit. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this either, because now you don't have DP. I think you need to be a lot more comfortable with just like walking around. Dude, I kind of miss when I first moved to PC because I was hitting stuff like that too, and it's just like, what
Yeah.
the hell? And then like those kind of shots go away, and then you actually start being more consistent. It's like, it's not as fun. But okay, besides the point, I think you got to be a lot more comfortable with just like walking around the map and not being like compensating bad like rotations with your TP, because it's gonna start backfiring when you start hitting like Masters GM. Well, nowadays GM. I don't mind this. I'm gonna start minding it when. Oh damn! Nice. And now you're just like reading the lobby. So I mean, this is what players should do if they really feel like they're just the goats and they don't deserve their rank. Do what this guy's doing, guys. Do what this guy's doing, because this is why you deserve your rank. If you're not doing these things. This is good though. I think starting with your team here is not the worst idea if you want to look for Kitsune Rush, but I also think it's totally fine to off angle if you're going to force this Pharah so that she doesn't just get a free barrage on your team. Now this is just not it. Actually, is it? I don't know.
I was trying to like force my team to int on this Orisa. I thought she was cheating.
Well, the problem is that Orisa never really feeds because she has this ability called Gold, and she just doesn't die. If she didn't have Gold, I think it's actually fine. If it's any other tank like a Zarya, I think it's fine. I don't even. It's only not fine because they're Orisa, and Orisa doesn't die. And also, Pharah has Barrage, so if we all turn for this Pharah, you better be ready to Suzu it.
Yeah.
And we Suzu'd that. Brother, you can heal. It is okay. Just because you're on PC does not mean you are gonna miss everything. Trust me. You are actually GM caliber, to be honest. Maybe not mechanically. In terms of your brain, you have a brain. Yeah, because you don't have Suzu, your Sig dies, and your Sig can't get ults, and your Bastion dies, and everything. What the? Everything just goes to shit. It's a good Suzu though. That's a good Suzu. That's wild. I think if you wanted to TP out, you actually play the slow route and just sit in here and wait for someone to get close.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's a lot of the same. And I'm sure it's a lot of the same that we're going to be talking about this entire Unranked to GM, because it's everyone in every rank struggles with this, but like it's what makes Kiri hard. It's what makes her good though. If you can master it. I like that you don't take too much time trying to pressure the Pharah because she's too hard to hit. You just kind of say, fuck it, whatever. You can give her a few shots, but then revert back to the ground. Like,
I don't know. None of those.
What's up?
I don't know how none of those. I was really focusing on my shots on that Sojin, but
I'm gonna be honest. You're just gonna be missing shots. It's fine. I miss shots too, and I got paid to play this game at a point. So, you know. It's just gonna happen. MJ, he missed more than 9,000 shots in his career. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, this is just a Nambani moment. They're on Orisa. To be honest, BAP is just a better pick in these situations, but Kiri's strong. Again, not needed. You can trust that you're going to hit that heal. It's not hard to hit. You got it. It hits for you, actually. Trust me. Trust yourself, bro. You're chilling. And now they're going to like have an opportunity like that to kill your Bastion. And which also kills your Ashe, because if your Bastion lives an extra second, your Ashe lives, and like it's a 4-on-4.
all right.
It's so important. It's so important, and it's so busted. Of the Kiriko guys. Now here's the thing. If it were me, I would have done that. I would have done that about 5 seconds prior, because now you lost the fight because you lost your. But that's not a consistent mistake you're making. To be honest,
I feel like they're reading that too. like my bad Suzu and my bad TPs. They just tap away.
Oh, absolutely. The moment they say, oh, wow, no Suzu, walk, 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 because all of their favorite streamers are saying that because this character is dumb.
Yeah.
And the moment she exists in a game, everything revolves around her. Why do I do unranked GMs for characters I despise? It's a really good question. I don't know. Oh, a good headshot. I don't know if you need a TP there. Oh! Oh, I wanted 9 to fry your team so bad from your mistake. See, that's why we don't TP without Suzu. Yeah, that right there is just...
You think I take that fight or that?
What's
I,
up?
You think you
train
take the fight
better?
with the one... You think you one-on-one a Sojourn that's in Overclock? Is that what you're asking?
Well, 3. Right? Let's get 2 people there.
You're just asking if you should... Okay. I think the headshot's fine. I think this, without Suzu,
Yeah.
a little psychotic. Like, you want to die. It's cool. You want to die here. Like, if you had Suzu, and he hits that first shot, and then you Suzu, and then you hit a headshot, I think it's fine. You Suzu'd nothing, because you tried to TP, and then it was just like, huh? Sorry.
Huh?
That's what it was like. Yeah.
Oh,
This
get
is
the
just
shot
like, fuck
first.
no. You should never take a one-on-one in a close space with a Sojourn. I don't care how low she... Well, if she's one shot, sure, but she's not. Like, you need 2 kunais there, or a kunai melee, and you don't have
Okay.
Suzu to close that distance. I think this is a little psychotic. Because I'll tell you straight up, when you got Rocket on the other side, or like Chopper on the other side, and high tier ranked, yeah, you're going to get shit on. I'm sorry. You're not winning that one-on-one. You might as well just give up. And, like, not give up, but force them to take a little harder of a shot than, oh... Look at this Kiriko walking in a straight line on me.
Yeah.
I think that's something that you're really gonna like notice once your aim starts getting better. Is that it's not really aim that makes a good player on PC; it's their movement. If you can move around the map really, really well and you don't get hit as easily, it really makes a big difference. I like this though. This is fine. Obviously, aim could be a little better, but like I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably missing all those shots too. So. God bless your soul if you eventually are able to hit those shots, but that ain't me. Again, it's like, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. If it was a squishy, it's different. He'll be fine. Now we don't have Suzu for whatever's going to kill one of your teammates this next 8 seconds. The front line is crazy. The front lining is crazy. At least you use TP to get out here. See, this was a good use of TP. It masked your mistake, but this is better. This use of TP is better than let's TP in. You can see how, because it's your get out of jail free card. It's why you can see people like Neutral. I mean, I don't know why I'm name dropping these players that you probably don't even know who they are. It's just why a certain person in team play in ranked plays really flanky with Kiriko is because you can just TP out. But not TP in. Most of the time. Sometimes you do, but like most of the time, no. And this is the other thing. Like you if you're gonna flank on Kiriko, you need to make sure you're here before the fight even starts. The moment the fight starts, you on Kiri in this meta, you're just sitting in the back, just holding right click and playing not die simulator. Because the game is completely hinged right now upon your DPS. If your DPS are terrible, you lose. GG's. DPS are the entire like bread and butter of this game. And that's why teams like Timeless are doing so well right now, is because their DPS are cracked.
Okay, so you're saying like in this map, literally just chill in the back.
In this meta, you just literally exist like most of the time. But
Just live, yeah.
because it's ranked, I'm okay with you like flanking off the rip to try to find some damage, try to get your ult. But like you being here, being looking at this scenario should be when they're like walking through here, or maybe like peeking out while they're here. It shouldn't like while they're turning that corner before the fight starts. You shouldn't be like, oh well, nothing's really happening right now. Let me go flank, and then like 3 people are looking at your sig on top of them. Like that's not what you want to be, because then what's gonna happen is you're like, oh shit, my sig is crit. Let me TP on him. Let me Suzu, and then you're the target now.
Alright, no
But if we
cooldown.
start this out, we force them to jump you, you TP out. Now there's a little bit of a standstill, and it's just better for you. Like, that's the flow of the fight for Kiri, really. Like, I think in ranked, you probably should be flanking every fight, to be honest. At the start, but it shouldn't really be in the middle, because then you're going to get TP'd into a really bad spot. Unless you have hit scan that are actually good at the game, which they kind of are actually, where they're already in the back where you can TP back there. Problem is they have like a monkey. Usually they'd have a Lucio. It's no problem. The moment that you TP, they're not going to have a problem getting on you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a better way. Yeah.
Yeah. Use TP
Defensively.
Defensively instead of rushing in with it.
Yeah, like your rushing in should be done just by hitting W key. Like you should know, okay, this is the angle I want to poke. I'm going to just walk there. You always will have time to walk there in diamond. I guarantee it. Like, people are not playing fast in this rank. And I'm pretty sure you feel that. Like, going on the off angle mid fight, you're not setting yourself up for success. Yeah. And then you're not ready to help your team in the back line. They kind of get dove. They get pressured. GG's. I'm not saying that you're the reason why you lost, but I'm definitely saying you're the reason. You're part of the reason why you didn't win.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess is the same thing, but it's a little different in connotation.
Yeah, a lot of the circumstances, if I had Suzu, I could have definitely turned the fight.
Always. That fucking ability is dumb. I'm a Kiriko hater. Excuse me. Yeah, if he wants heals, he will come back to you, or he'll go to a mega. I'm okay with that TP because it's at least to a safe spot. Okay. I'm just gonna let it roll because overtime is always interesting to watch. I think you staying on cart in overtime is fine on Kiriko because you can TP if you need. That being said, if your Doomfist is just gonna be brain dead and take it, go forward and try to get your ult.
Yeah.
Like, I like this positioning though, because you're in a safe spot. Yo. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yo.
My heart dropped.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I can't even talk about your positioning now because your team almost just did that. They look like they want to do it again. Oh, if you hit one shot. Oh, if you hit one shot, that's tragic.
That's that aim. I need to get in that aim training.
Yeah, that's one of those shots that you just kind of need to hit. GG. I don't know. Kovacs is your best friend, I guess, but I can't knock on. Whoa. I hate this rank because like people start panicking. What do I play? Like, why are you on Reaper? What happened? We were on like Tracer Cass, and now we're on Reaper Ash. What the fuck? They have a Pharah, and you're on Reaper? What? Okay, I'm lost. Here, I can't really say anything about your positioning there because it was your teammates nearly C9ing. But like the start where you were just kind of in the back a little bit more, that's kind of where Kiri kind of wants to play in the pocket because yeah, you're just chilling. At least in this meta. In almost every meta, to be honest. You're just kind of chilling in the pocket. Nice. I think that was needed. If that cast was better and hitting more shots, she would have gotten lasered. Okay, like that right there, I just don't think it's needed. And wow, she just two-tapped you. She just made you her bitch. Holy moly. I think this is one of those moments where you can drop off high ground first and like
then when
make
they
her shoot you a
follow-
little bit, make her actually like look at you before you just like TP. Because then when you TP on her, like she's just gonna shoot
Yeah, I
both of
didn't
you
really
at
go
once.
anywhere.
Yeah, like you don't really need a TP. Like there's you wanna force them to look at you a little bit first. All right, well, Yerbo Epat. Your boy Epat, bro. Your boy Pat is the GOAT. Your boy Pat is the GOAT. I'm sorry. I will never say anything about your Reaper pick again, Pat.
That's Reaper.
Never should it work against that comp. Ever. Like, that is absurd. Now they're switching to Orisa. Their Fair doesn't have a pocket. And now you're going to play scared. Oh, no. I liked how you were playing kind of aggressive and forcing her before. Okay, nope. We're in the right spot again. No need to walk backwards. Hold that wall like your life depends on it. This was just like, if I were to take 10 seconds, and this is everything wrong that we talked about today in the VOD in like 10 seconds, dropping off high ground for no reason. I'm a TP and Suzu when she's yellow. Not even like crit. I mean, she's crit now. I don't know. If you just never drop off here, yeah.
You think I play like tunnel there? Because I know Farrah has barrage.
No. You know where you play? Just play right here and just poke her like you were earlier.
Yeah.
Just poke her here before she even gets to come in. Then she doesn't get a free barrage. She doesn't have all this free space. Here, you want to watch from the Farrah's POV? This will make everything so much easier for you to understand.
Right. Yeah,
She's just like, oh wait, the Kiriko isn't even gonna shoot me. She's just gonna run away. All right, word. I'm just gonna kill the Ashe then. Wow, she's terrible. Sorry, it's really toxic. Wow, she almost trolled that fight too. Like, she almost didn't kill you, but then you try to go back for more. Wow, that's wild. Holy moly. But yeah, you can, when you watch, if you were to, here's the thing. I think a good exercise is if you die to something, especially since you're from console, just look at their POV and look how much of like a free low kill you were. That's always what I would do. Like when I was on switching over, I was like, damn, like I died to there like really fast. What happened? You know, memory, I'm not playing ranked. I'm VOD reviewing right now, bro. Bro's trying to get me locked in and ranked. He wants to win the Nittany Invitational. All right, yeah, we're just chilling. Part of me really hopes you don't lose this game, but it's looking like you might lose this game. Ooh, we got J Queen against the Farrah. Farrah's won. Oh, no, you win this game. You win this game if you go in and you rush right now. I think you should wait until the corner to rush.
That's what I thought after too.
But I like the idea. Not the worst Suzu ever, just to cleanse the DPS passive.
Then they just counter
But to be honest, it was a little too late, and wow, that's gonna lose. You guys lose this game. I'm in shambles.
They don't know about me though.
Okay, there's no way you win this. Like there's 12 seconds left. Bro missed headshots on the standstill Moira. I'm in shambles.
Her back is huge. I swear to God, those are headshots.
Yeah, no. I understand. Wow, that is gut wrenching. That is gut wrenching. Wow. But you know, these are good games because it really exemplifies what we could have done more. What we could have carried harder. 100% we could have carried harder. I hate new paint. It's disgusting. But I think, what do you think the first thing I'm going to say is in terms of our takeaways?
Suzu for sure.
Suzu's for sure going in number 2.
Oh.
I think what's even more important is your teleport, your swift step. Your swift Step. And why do you think I'm saying Swift Step first?
Because I guess a bad Swift Step forces out Suzu, which means I'm just a free target.
He gets it. He gets it. No, 100%. Half of your bad Suzus were because your Swift Step was forced out early, and then you needed to use Suzu on yourself. And you're really scared about people dying and getting flamed for it, which was, you know, you get flamed for anything on console. You get flamed for fucking breathing in your mic. I mean, that place is a battleground. So I understand why you are a little nervous about getting flamed. But the thing is, it's like, you, in general, you can get away with a lot more in this rank, and I think you know it. You're just a little scared to do it, you know? Yeah. But I think Swift Step, it's like walking before the fight. Press W before the fight so that you can Swift Step later when they actually pressure you. It's kind of like Mercy Guardian Angel, but not 100%. I don't know really what I'm saying, but it's kind of like Mercy Guardian Angel, where OG, when Genji would blade, you would try to get the Genji to almost dash on you as Mercy so you could then fly to one of your teammates and then he wastes dash. It's kind of the same idea with Kiriko, except it's like 10 times more effective because you're definitely not going to die because you just like teleport. You don't like, you're not like a being in space. You want to almost kite a little bit of aggro from them and then TP to another teammate, and then they wasted all these cooldowns to try to get you, and now, oh, you're gone. That's like a big thing. Right. Suzu, you want to use if they like are actually going to die. Are they in danger of dying? That's a P. That's a P, Paz. I'm left-handed trying to write right-handed with a mouse. Danger? Question mark. Are they actually gonna die? Can I heal them through? Can I heal through this? A lot of the Suzus today you could have healed through. The problem is that you were in a terrible position. You didn't really get a read on the fight. You then TP, and then you don't have any read on the fight, and you're just like, oh, someone's crit. Let me just Suzu. Really, a lot of your problems are from the Swift Step, if I were to be completely honest. But they definitely influence the Suzu. The last thing I'm going to say is just like, I mean, Vaxda is good if you feel like it's helping. But for me, I think a really important thing that Kovacs teaches and other aim trainers is the... Don't tell me they stopped. Okay. For some reason it was stopping. I think that a lot of it, like Kovacs is really good at teaching you is something called just mouse control. I'm just going to label it M. Dude, can I write?
I'm tough offhanded.
Yeah, mouse control is what it's really good at teaching. Yeah. Like tracking and everything. That's where I think I got a lot better at aiming, was just because I was grinding Kovacs when I first switched to PC. I think it really helped me. Now, if you're trying to get better at actual aiming in a game, you should just play the game, because aim is different depending on what game you're playing. But if you're trying to just get better at holding the mouse in your hand and having it feel less awkward, Kovacs is your best friend.
Yeah. One thing that's kind of changed, especially with these new like DPS passes, I feel like Kiriko Suzu is used a lot more of a sustaining tool than to save, and I'm struggling to like really implement that into my gameplay. Like I tend to like save Suzu for like a scenario that just never comes.
Mm-hmm. And you're still scrimming? Do you feel like that's the same in scrims?
Yeah, like I've been getting a good amount of coaching, and I don't know, it just seems like a lot of the advice just when you see a teammate go critical, you just have to Suzu, so they don't die instantly to a Soj rail or a headshot.
I mean, yeah, that's just kind of how the meta plays. Right now, it's just like keep your Suzu for Sojourn and make sure your Sojourn doesn't die. But this is not meta at all.
No.
This is a weird game. You have Hardblue on that team with like no names. At least I think so. And then you have Gator with Ebb and Flow. Mm-hmm. Ooh, interesting game. I looked a little bit over the gameplay. Suzu's definitely is like a main point that I was going to bring up, but I don't know. In my experience playing Kiriko recently, Suzu really hasn't changed that much. It's still just used in specific situations. It's just that those situations, you need to be a lot quicker on them, because this meta is all about getting your Sojourn space and just praying to God she carries. If your Sojourn's worse than the enemy Sojourn, GG, you're not winning the game. So everything goes into Soj, and communicating with your Arisa to make sure that she still has gold. That's pretty much the meta, at least from what I got. But out of this game, you couldn't really tell you. I think your Suzu is going to Hanzo.
but they got double hit scan. I don't
There
know.
were quite a lot of swaps in this game as well.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what to say about these comps other than play to live, heal your Genji when he wants to go for an engage, and that's about all I could say about the comps. This is just like a kind of exist map too on Kiri. So I don't know. Let's get into it. It's 24 minutes, so it's gonna be a long one.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds I did play Ana.
All right, yeah, but I mean we can stop them whenever you switch.
We don't have to do those.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Ana's better. I don't think with this comp TPing on the Winston is the best idea, but I want to look at more. Just because you have a Genji Hanzo and you have a Zen, this monkey is just soft diving to try to get the BAP or the Mercy to die, but looks like he's not getting it. This is overstaying your welcome, and realistically a team would have just walked on you and you probably would have died. You should have died, but it's ranked. You should definitely die for this. Yeah, in a scrim, I would never do that. I don't think you would do that either in scrims. So if it's just a ranked thing, it's a ranked thing. I wouldn't Suzu that in the middle of a fight, but because it was an ended fight, it's whatever.
Yeah, I was just
It's
didn't want to lose
whatever.
anyone.
All right, we got a pick. Cool. Right now, if someone else is on cart, I would be looking to poke for my Kiriel right now. That's a big problem I have, and I'll say it like I reviewed my own VOD for the last part of the unranked GM. It's like the biggest thing I wasn't doing was just not poking pre-fight to get ult, because this meta is about keeping your Sojourn alive to get her and getting her space, and then also getting your Kiri ult before they get theirs. That is like the only things that matter. And I mean also Tracer flanking and all this other BS, but not nearly as important as Sojourn. See right here, I wouldn't really shoot the trap, especially when I see that the hog might actually hit a hook on this Genji because the Deflect's about to go down. I would be much more concerned about making sure this Genji doesn't die and keeping your or the Hanzo than shooting a trap that realistically you shouldn't. I mean, that's kind of your Hanzo's job. And then yeah, it's just, oh, he actually already hooked the Genji? Oh, awkward. I would just look at that fight in a different way. And then TPing in, this isn't terrible. You're living, you're taking an off angle. It's actually winnable. It's a little nitpicky though. Yeah, this is just inting to kill a BAP. Fuck it. That's fine, get some ult charge. Fight was weird. We now know they have Hog Tracer. So yeah, I think your Suzu is really going to be going for the Hanzo and the Zen. I think preemptively thinking about where your Suzu is most likely going to go in this meta is helpful, because then you can react faster because you don't have to think about it as much. If you just have those like predisposed people in your head, that's what helped me at least. So we know that they're closing pulse, so we definitely want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position where we're kind of like a free pulse target, or that we are going to get Suzu forced out easily. So when the monkey's kind of staging here, we want to already be walking in so that we don't have to waste our TP, because the moment you use TP, people actually will start shooting you. And right here, you put yourself in a really difficult spot. Like, let's say that this isn't Zenin and this is Rocket. You probably get close to one clipped. You have to use Suzu, and then you're not going to have it for when you really need it, or to counter the pulse bomb. Let's keep rolling it though. Yeah, see, you have to use the Suzu now early, and realistically, you should just get pulsed and die. Like, I don't know why he doesn't pulse you. Where does he go? Because I saw this fight before. Why does he go for your Hanzo? This dude's a moron. Yeah, he should have pulsed you there. But do you see what I'm talking about? Like,
yeah.
Whenever you're playing with a monkey, I mean, I feel like you know this. Just make sure you're walking in and not wasting your first cooldown, because now your whole fight is chalked. It should have been chalked, but for some reason, dude wanted to kill Hanzo. Kitsune was not needed after the picks we got, I think. On top of that, I think that Kitsune could have been used in a much better spot where they can't just run away from you. But they do have to fight on point. You know what? Fuck it. I just don't think it was needed. Not the worst Kitsune, actually.
Yeah, the thought process behind it was
I just think it wasn't needed when we had numbers. but I don't know. That was like a weird situational thing. So yeah, right here, I'm thinking, man, my team's on point. This choke that's coming up here is great for me to poke. Let me try to get my ult again before this guy gets his ult. Like immediately what I'm thinking about. That's the big difference between like good Moira Kiri players and bad Moira Kiri players is ultimate charge. Happens. Like that's an appropriate TP. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Nothing you should really do there. The Genji's trolling. I wouldn't even try to help. Just let him be dumb. 3v3. Let's see how we do it. Nice Discord from Ebb and Flow. Nice flick from Magic Marker. I think that's well played. Okay, they go ball. Interesting. Wait, what the hell is going on in this fight? Okay, they have pulse. You know, we should know that they have pulse. If dude was farming both Monkey and Genji. Yo, what the hell is this fight? What was this?
I don't know. I was getting lost very...
I need to see what the Genji's doing, bro. So we dash balls in low GM nowadays? Is that what we do?
I guess so.
I guess so. Oh, wow. He actually just got clipped. Don't really think that's your fault. Dude should have had dash to get away. Instead, he dashed the ball. Yeah. Good, Kitsune. Yeah. Yeah? Wait, is it a good Kitsune? Where the fuck did your Hanzo go? Okay, dude, this fight, I don't even know. I can't... Okay, your Genji died. Okay, we got a pick. Okay, I know what the problem is.
Didn't react fast
Yeah, the
enough
problem...
to
Okay,
Suzu.
I just got completely lost. So here's the thing. The problem in this fight is Suzu.
Mm-hmm.
You need to know that, like, Hanzo is kind of like the Sojourn here. And Sojourn is the main target every time. Like, if you scrim right now, you know that Sojourn's always picked in almost every comp. So this character is like so important that they don't die ever because they define the entire game. Like whether this is Sojourn, whether this is Cassidy, that's about it. You need to make sure that person lives, and then you would have been able to Suzu this very easily. But I mean, I get there's a lot of shit going on. But yeah, no, you kind of just like. Here's the thing, like tanks really should never die unless they're trolling like out of their mind. The only time you ever need to Suzu your tank is like for Winston if he doesn't have his bubble, Orisa if she doesn't have gold, Zarya if she doesn't have a bubble. Realistically, like especially when you have Gator, like tanks don't really care anymore. It's all DPS because of the DPS passive. So like the DPS need to live. So you really, in this situation too, if I had to pick between who lives between these two, I'm healing the Hanzo almost every day because he can turn a fight. Monkey can't. Yeah, so then the Kitsune is bad because you let the Hanzo die and now it's a 3v5 and okay. I was wondering, like, wait, that's a good Kitsune. How did the Hanzo die? Oh, we just weren't even looking at him. My fault. So Suzu, definitely a big one. It's the same thing here. It's like we're walking forward. I don't know. We need to make sure the Zen lives in this kind of fight too to kind of salvage it. Because like you don't really care anymore on Kiri. Because you don't just diff people anymore. You have to actually kind of play smart now in Kiri, which is nice. But like you can't like Kiri crutch anymore. But she's still incredibly strong for no reason. Like, dude, what is Ebb and Flow doing over there though? This is Ebb and Flow. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is brother on?
Yeah. He needs to know that when they are on Bald Tracer, he is a target. He needs to stay with you. With the team, probably. Or just swap. But he doesn't swap. I think he just plays Zen, so. Yep, cool. You save Suzu for that. Pretty elementary stuff, but. Your team really shouldn't go in off of this. They should just chill. But it's ranked. Yeah, nothing you can do here. Honestly, the moment that the Tracer uses Pulse and forces out your Suzu, and you don't have your Zen, we should leave.
Yeah.
We should get out. Not on you there, necessarily. I think it's on you in the sense that we've messed up the Hanzo fight and we let him die where we would have won that fight if we kept him alive, and now we're here. But not every fight subsequently is your fault. But that's a pretty big mistake that might actually cost you the game. I love Overwatch and ranked. It's epic. Gator's in there. He needs his primal. Okay, hold up. Pause. What are we looking at? What's going on here?
I kind of left my Hanzo to die, and then I realized I have to probably think about him.
I'm just so confused. Okay, so we're going in.
I should have just clicked tab and realized that.
Yeah, the better play is just to try to get in here and help your Genji. Wait, but he doesn't need your help. But that ball is gonna kill your. I hate this. I hate this a lot, actually. I still think going in here and helping your Genji is the most important. Which goes against everything we were talking about, but this fight is so fucked. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that fight. It was so ugly. Dude, what is this game? Okay, we win this next fight because it's a 24-minute game. I want to know how. Okay, we got to pick on Tracer. Yep, we do not chase ball because he'll just get out infinitely anyways. Gator has to be tilted. Maybe not. Maybe that's fine. I feel like they shouldn't just let you do that. Kitsune, I think, could have been held a little bit longer to get it a little bit farther. It's my only gripe with it. I think it's a fine Kits. And it also was a little early if you're going to go for this play where you want it to be on cart because they have 10 seconds. I think this could have been held a little bit longer. Because they should just run away from this, but they're going to touch. Yeah, you're giving them an opportunity. That could be up in the air, though. It's a little nitpicky. I would have held a little bit longer. But here's, again, the main problem that I have, and this is what I've had the whole VOD, it's just like thinking about who is going to possibly blow up in 2 seconds. Hanzo or Zen. Always make sure that you keep tabs of where they are. And when you see them do dumb shit like this, be like, yo, what the hell? And be ready to Suzu. Because that shit will happen. And yeah, it's going to be before you react. Because you're looking at you're looking at Gator. Of course it's going to happen. That gives them an opportunity to maybe clutch this up. That we don't want them to have that. Ooh, that was lucky TP. Honestly, doesn't matter though. You would have lived anyways. Also, stop walking backwards. Walk forward. Get your ult again. No pussy shit. He's got the cart. He's almost got his dragon. Why are we sitting cart? Get forward.
I like putting multiple on.
Huh?
That's just I like putting multiple on to just like just get it further.
Just gotta get your ult. You're gonna have 3 fights anyway. No matter how many people are in cart, you just gotta get your ult as fast as possible. It's so much more important. This is another thing, just like, you don't really heal your tank primarily anymore. Your DPS is more valuable than the tank now, at least in my experience.
Yeah.
I mean, people will shoot the tank if they're playing dumb, but like if the dude has bubble and almost has primal, you can let him hang a little bit. Obviously don't like troll him, but he's got a bubble.
I hear that the Tracer's behind. I think this is just a priorities thing. Like, I think the better play is to make sure that, here's the thing, I understand the ball comp. If they don't kill you within like the first 5 seconds of their engage, you probably win. So I think you hear that the Tracer's on your Zen, because this is one of the 2 characters that really matters, that really needs to stay alive. I think you turn for this, make sure they live before you go TPing in. Because realistically, like, their backline is what? Like a Mercy Sojourn, and the monkey's gonna have a shield in their face. I think they have a lot more sustain than you're giving them credit for. Whereas these guys they should be dying every single time to the Zen, or the ball tracer dive. In my opinion, they should have died there. I actually kind of want to see how they didn't.
Hey.
Like, I want to see how much we have fallen. Like, I shouldn't even, like, where's Harb? That was just a really poorly coordinated dive from Harb, Blue, and Zenon. This Zen should have died 10 times over. Against a team that actually plays ball, you have to constantly be peeling your Zen and your Hanzo. Because the pressure's on them, the pressure isn't on your tank. If this was like, I don't know, like a Cassidy Sojourn, it's different. There's like no pressure on your backline. They're fine. So we almost have ult. It's going to be an overtime push. Someone is on cart. We need to poke to get ultimate or go forward so at least our Genji doesn't die. Sitting on cart really ain't your job when you need to get your Kiri ult. If you had Kiri ult, then you can stay cart, but still, I want...
I don't know what that was. I think I just panicked a little bit, like.
No way you guys win this shit. Wow, DPS is just so comical. It's just so comical now that they just deadlift your games. You know, it's like, it does not matter if you have the better hit scan. Like, you just win the game. That's wild to me. Yeah, okay, we both know why that Kiri ult wasn't great. At least I think so. I think just
way too early.
Way too early, and like if it's an overtime push, just force them to come to you on cart and you win the game if you have Kiri ult and they don't. All right, let's see how you do this though. They're on J Queen now, so he can at least like do something now that like he doesn't have to rely on Tracer following up at bad times. Let's see though. Echo as well. The Tracer and Echo are definitely gonna make your Zen's life hell. Yep, blow up J Queen moment. I like that, honestly. Do I like that? Let's see it from a third-person POV. Because we really want to focus on Suzu. I mean, let's bring this back.
I don't think it was completely necessary. Yeah, I saw my.
I mean, in retrospect, these didn't stick somehow, which they really should have. Yeah. I mean, if I see a damage boosted Echo and I don't have intel on if my Zen just got full stuck or not, like, I'm Suzuing that, so.
I'm with you.
But then, like, your Genji died. Let's see how maybe we could have approached this fight better. Yeah, okay, positioning. This is a positioning thing, I think. I just think you default to the old way of Kiri, which you could just kind of get backpacked by people if you just heal them all game. It doesn't really work like that anymore. Especially when you have like a Zen, you really need to follow up on things. I think when no one needs healing here, you really could just be poking for ult.
it would force you to stay up here. And then when you could shoot the Echo on this angle and then still be able to like heal your Genji and also help your Zen. I don't think you need to play like dumb aggressive. I think you play a little too passive, at least for ranked. And I mean, you did play aggressive here, but you didn't play aggressive in like as good of a position as you could have, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it was more of just I didn't want to like stack my Hanzo and Zen. Just trying to open
Why
up
not? Just
another
because of
angle.
Echo? I mean,
Yeah,
if you force the Echo to sticky you instead of them, if you can just like be with them, then you're just going to TP away, and then it doesn't matter. You cleanse it just by TPing. I don't think stacking is a problem here. I don't know. I don't think stacking is really that big of a concern against that, because you can just Suzu it if you need. And you ended up doing it anyway. I also think that you don't really need to stack in order to like sit on this angle and just have a better view of the fight. If they're on like, I don't know, RAM and they somehow close distance, like it's different, but I still think that angle is fine. Especially if they don't have a shield. There's like a lot of stuff that like happens, and it doesn't seem like you have like positions that are giving you the most information all the time of what is going on. Yeah, like that in general, you just don't need a TP there. I also just think, I mean, knowing the comp, like they're on J Queen, I feel like your whole team should just be defaulting to this high ground. I mean, we tried to chase, and right now is when we should all be backing up and trying to take high ground.
I'd like to be jumping height here too.
Yeah, you should have jumped. You should have just gotten back faster. This whole thing isn't even like cooldown usage. It's more positioning, because now you have to get your Suzu forced out. Your Zen is going to should die. Zen or Hanzo are gonna die. Never mind. They get out somehow, barely. But your monkey dies now. All right, well you traded. That's not bad. Again, it's actually starting to come full circle to me, where I feel like it's just not knowing that these are the two people you're supposed to worry about sets you up in a position where it's almost impossible to use your Suzu and TP correctly. Like, it's almost impossible for you to win if you're not even thinking like that these people are important. Because like, obviously, if you've reached Masters or if you've reached GM or top 500, like, you know the basics of this shit. But it's the difference in playstyle now that Season 9 has brought that makes it difficult. So Genji's just like in there. Holy shit. Yeah, obviously that needed a Suzu, but I think whenever someone's deep there and if they even manage to get somewhat back to you, like instinctively just Suzu it. Yep, I like that. I just wish that you had more people alive and that your Genji wouldn't keep feeding. I mean, he's back now. Again, another problem of like, hey, the Tracer is not going to shoot you anymore. He's probably going to shoot your Sojourn. At least a good Tracer. So when you see a Tracer not shooting you in a fight and she's shooting somewhere you can't see, you should probably look over there and make sure that everything's okay. Especially if you don't see one of them. Always make sure you're thinking about that, because let's actually look at it from her POV. This was probably the easiest track of her life. She was still missing shots. Yeah, see, easiest shot of her life. Like, without a doubt. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I tend to get really tunnel visioned in my rush, especially, and just look for.
You really got to think
kills
about
I
what they're
really don't
doing
need to
too. Like, they're running ball Tracer. Like,
yeah, like we just.
they're going to be on your back line. You need to look at your back line. But to be honest, right now, the comp really doesn't change anything. It's always the same playstyle. That's risky as fuck. Holy. Yeah, better TP target probably was the Hanzo, just to at least cleanse the damage, not inward. But happens. Gotta help your Hanzo get out. Don't just run out.
He'll have a TP for you ready. Well, ideally. I don't blame you for not trusting him 100%. Is there no one else to TP to there?
Yeah, I looked around. I couldn't get anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Zen. That was just kind of like help your Hanzo, then leave type deal. Or just commit to leaving 100%. Because Genji will dash for you, most likely. And how long is it? Is Hardblue washed? Like, I feel like I have not seen that dude play in a million years.
Maybe he did throw the last fight and just entered him on D.Va. That's why we won. But
Huh. Hey, what does he have? He has Primal! He has Primal, just like Orisa has Gold. Whenever you see a monkey playing stupid like that in GM, just always press tab and make sure. See, I do it a lot with with DMT. And I expect him to have Winston all, but sometimes he just straight up doesn't and just plays that way. That's why it's always good to at least check tab and don't trust everyone. But it's Gator. He shouldn't be that bad where he's like gonna int like that. And now what do you not have the Suzu for? What just happened?
Pulse Bomb.
No, I mean, yeah, she does have Pulse Bomb, but who just died without even needing to use Pulse Bomb?
Oh, Zen.
Zenyatta!
Where was he? Is that his bias right there?
We're gonna check where he was. This is something that you should know. Wait, no way he drops on her. I don't think Evan Flow is gonna do dropping. Oh my god, wait, is he actually? He's a fucking moron. He's a fucking moron. Oh my god, you saw the ball. Like the ball knew you were there. He was going for the boop off. You did it for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't even think Asuzu here really saves. I don't think Asuzu saves that much of a dumb play. But still, you should know when that kind of stuff is happening.
Yeah.
Your tank doesn't really need you as much. I mean, he does need you, and you need to play in his LOS, but that's 2 times this fight though. Where like if you had Suzu when you actually needed it, you probably win this fight.
I could save both of us there. But...
Hey,
Dun, 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 dun.
let the Kitsune guide you.
My brother in Christ.
The
Way
Genji
too far
wanted it.
away. Way too
He
far
told me
away.
to do it.
Huh?
The Genji told me to trust him.
Well, the Genji
Wanted-
should have the patience to wait 2 seconds. So you can have a better Kiryu. Wait. Actually, that shit's far as fuck, but like still. I still think you wait a little bit. I mean, this Genji, we've seen what he's been doing this whole time. Wow, and he still gets C9'd? Yep. Oh. You gave your life for the point. I respect it. Wait, you still lose. Oh! Ah!
Let's go.
Well, you know what? You made the right call, I guess, by trusting your Genji. That could have been disastrous, though. I still think you wait a little bit, but teach their own. Or maybe you TP to the Genji so you have a better angle, and like then go on
I
top of
already
him.
TP'd to him. I didn't have enough time to do it before they.
Yeah, I don't know if you had it or not. That's a weird fight that'll like never happen like that again. All right, so your Zen's, yep. Gator's starting to peel for it, which might be a little toxic on his part. Yeah. Okay.
This was just. I saw my Hanzo got low. I panicked. I thought he was gonna die, and then I just left my Zen, but he was fine.
I'm just like, why is Hanzo over there? I just think that this positioning in general is just bad. Like, the fight is realistically gonna happen like... I'm trying to think. like realistically, like your team should mostly be playing back there, but maybe not. I don't know actually. I'm not gonna say anything. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, obviously the Hanzo didn't necessarily need you to TP to him. He just needed some right clicks from across the map. And now poor positioning is gonna kill you. Because you don't have anyone to TP to. Overall, it's better than all the other Kirikos, so. You deserve the spot in the unranked GM where you are. This is also a very high level game, all things considered. What's going on? Where's the dude's tracer? He has Trank. It's fine, I guess. I still think you gotta be so much more cognizant of like your backline, where your Hanzo is. Everything else, like you can just heal from afar. They probably aren't gonna need a Suzu. If they need a Suzu, they're trolling your game, and you should call them out for it. I mean, don't do that. But, dude, like shit like that. I'm sorry, like you shouldn't have to worry about Suzuing that. To be honest.
Yeah, it's just right.
I mean, it's not your job, though. I think you still just, like, Suzu your backline, because they can at least carry. Now they're on Zarya, so focus is going to be a lot more on the Genji. Possibly. They still have a Tracer and an Echo with a pocket, so I don't really think it changes anything, but... Go back.
They don't know why I TV'd there. It's pointless.
I'm more so looking at your Kirio.
I think I didn't think Kiri had any rush goals. Yeah.
Well, I mean, she didn't have any bubbles. She didn't have any bubbles. They just Kiri ulted too. That's what happened.
Yeah, I just sort of checked your stutter.
Yeah, I have notes. I think I know what your problems are. I'm just gonna keep watching. Is this where you go on? Okay, cool. We're gonna stop it here. I think I have a decent idea of what you are struggling with, which is completely warranted in higher level games. This is a very high level game though, so aside from like, I don't know who the DPS were, but number 1, Suzu. More so just like the who question. Who really needs this? It was really easy in Overwatch 1 because like with Baptiste, it was like, oh, this is probably going to go to the front line because like double shield or brawl and you're always running front to back. But Kiriko is just like the most overtuned, busted support. So she just gets played in every meta. And so her playstyle changes a lot too. She's like the tracer of supports. I think just knowing like, hey, they're playing to kill my tank. My tank needs it. Like if they're playing like maybe a Bastion Cassidy, yeah, my tank's gonna get melted pretty hard. But most of the time in this meta, it's your Sojourn. And if they're running balls Tracer and you have a Zen, it's definitely your Zen. Like he's the target every time. So think about who's weak to dive and where you want to go with that. Do you have questions about that one, or does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's just a lack of awareness too. Just noticing where my teammates are playing and like, so I'm just able to turn to them quicker.
I mean, like, don't int on the Zen that's gonna flank like that, to be honest. Like, let him just be dumb. But still, a general rule of thumb would be at least know what's going on with them, because it kind of just seems like you were looking at your tank the whole game.
Yep.
Next thing I would say is... actually, I'm not gonna say Kirio. I'm gonna say just, like, positioning. And this kind of goes hand in hand with, like, who you want to Suzu. You want to make sure that, like, you're keeping LOS. You're not really playing frontline Kiri ever anymore. You're not really playing Brawl or, like, diving in with your TP. You're really playing, like, almost like a sniper Kiri, where if you get one headshot on the Sojourn, you win the fight. Usually. Because everyone's looking at the Sojourn anyways. You just call your headshots that are random. Or, like, some of it's skill shots. But mostly random. And then your team really follows up on that. And because of that, like a lot of the problems like with your Suzu then also being forced out was because you were positioned like on a low ground, super far away from who you really have to be worrying about, the Hanzo or the Zen. So then you have to TP Suzu, and then they're just like, well, why are we even going to try to get out? Now we just get 2 picks for free.
Yeah.
You really want to start near these people that are going to need your help so that you can TP away if they shoot you first. Because you almost want the enemy to shoot you on Kiriko because you won't die. You'll TP away. You almost want to get shot at. And you don't want to get shot at, but like if they shoot you, it's not the end of the world. If they shoot your Sojourn and the Sojourn dies, it's a really big deal and you lose the fight. And then my last thing I would say is just the Kirill. Make sure that the enemy team isn't just going to run away from it. It wasn't really that big of a deal, but make sure that you have numbers. Make sure the enemy team isn't going to run away from it. Just keep this in the back of your mind. At the end of the day, the most important thing is these 2, but this still matters. Do you have any questions about all of that?
Yeah. So when I guess it's weird with Zen, Kiri Zen. So I guess so the default in that particular comp just to be I just stack with him and then I can Suzu us until needed and I just.
You don't necessarily need to stack with him, but you need to stay within like a 30-meter range so that you can help him. You actually don't really want to stack on him against the ball tracer because then you're both going to get slammed, but you want to be like close enough where you can help him and heal him when he's taking his angle. What you were doing was like denying LOS so that you can even help him. When you're playing double flex support in this meta, it's not about stacking. It's just about making sure that like you are in the range, 30-meter range of them so that you can still heal.
Should I be playing Suzu the slam on him then?
You'd be playing, yeah, pretty much. You're probably going to be actually Suzuing a little bit before. I mean, yeah, you're going to want to Suzu the slam probably before it even happens. If they get the slam off, he's going to die pretty much instantaneously. Yeah, if they're running a good ball tracer combo. Which he should just switch to Lucio then immediately because it's just not worth it. But if you're playing with his N1 trick, you don't get that luxury. And there's quite a few of those in ladder. Quite a few. All right, so this one's actually really exciting because if you guys are studious and can already find out, this one is actually me. This is about the top 50 range. This was on the official that was actually played in the land live on stage. And this is a map that we won. And I wanted to go through really like what I do on Kiriko in this composition because there's a specific way that you have to play it in this poke comp. But also I haven't actually taken a real look at my own POV because of this, because we lost the match and I thought this was kind of it. So I want to see maybe where I did some things wrong, maybe like what my thought process is when I VOD myself, because I've never actually done that before. So without further ado, let's get right into this. We're playing the Arisa comp with a Sojourn Tracer. They're playing Malga. Realistically, what this comp wants to do is we're just trying to get space for our Sojourn to just get a better angle than their Sojourn and pretty much just win through the Sojourn just carrying us. It's kind of what this meta is. It's a DPS meta. As Kiriko, my whole plan is to really make sure that my tank DMT is not getting over poked and I'm healing that. I don't really want to use Suzu on him because their main target, the enemy team, is going to be memory. So I want to make sure that I keep memory alive as much as I can with my Suzu. So I want to make sure I'm healing my Arisa so I don't have to Suzu her so that I can Suzu my Sojourn instead. Although that's not entirely in my hands. Part of that will be DMT not taking poke. So let's see how we did. I know we won. It was pretty convincing. But I want to see maybe where I could have done better and maybe carried the series in the following maps. So here, yep, just taking a TP, simple stuff here. Realistically, we're probably going to want to take low ground. I don't feel like taking high ground is particularly worth it, like ever. But I mean, that's just our team. We always take low ground on this point. We just think it's better and easier to brawl out, easier to take angles. You get points. You can force them to come to you. And the whole idea is that we want to force them into a bad situation with the Sojourn. So I think low ground is fine. Thing is, we didn't know that they had a Reaper, so maybe low ground is worse if we scouted that with Tracer, but Tracer was TPing, so maybe we should have gone top because they have a Reaper, but I'm pretty sure we correct that after the next fight. Yeah, okay. See, here, just like poking angles. I'm really trying to just get my ult as fast as possible. And just staying as... And you have to understand, I'm playing on stage here. This is in front of probably like about 100, 150 people. More online. This shit is scary, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest. But like, I don't know actually how I played. Because I haven't actually taken a look back at it. So, I definitely play a lot different. But here it is. Like, not dying. Making sure that DMT lives. Sure, I probably could look to poke and maybe get some ult charge. But in reality, that's not really the most important thing in this comp. We're just trying to force them to come to point, and then we're going to look for damage. If I were to go on the side and look for damage here, they're probably going to force me out. I'm going to have to go back, look for a TP, and we lose a lot of cooldowns, and then they walk on us, and it's kind of GG's. I think just chilling is fine. You don't really have to do anything in this scenario. Keep in mind, though, that this is also not competitive. This is a live match where things are a little different. But I think it's nice to show it off a little bit. So like right here, honestly, yeah, this is when the left click should come out. Maybe try to find some damage. We're back on to healing DMT and just chilling, waiting for a Sojourn to maybe find something. That's really what this comp is. They somehow just, I don't even know. How did the Orisa take that much damage? How close was the Reaper? I think this is just a bad rotation on my tank and Lucio's part. I think the moment that they walk in here, we really have to back off. Yeah, I think the Reaper just got really close to us, and that forced me to use the Suzu on Christian early, Christian being DMT. I mean, he did have gold. Usually we would communicate if you have gold, but I think he probably dies even if I don't Suzu that. So this is a good situation. Let me actually pull this back. Of a moment where you want to use Suzu when someone will die if you do not, like, Suzu them. If otherwise, they will die. So right here, I think he just overstayed his welcome. That's exactly what happened. Here he overstayed his welcome. I'm going to have to use the Suzu for that. When you get into higher ranks, this kind of stuff will happen where you have to make up for your teammates' mistakes. I, for one, suck at this because I always just look at the ideal scenario. But I think Suzuing this was the perfect way to actually play the situation correctly. Like that guy's probably dying. I might be wrong in that, but I think he's dying if I don't Suzu that. And it's really important that he lives. And then that bam right there. Dude, that pick, I'm telling you guys, the stadium was so loud. Like I could hear it through the headphones. Not these headphones. Like we have Bose headphones that you're not like play white noise. I could still hear the crowd like screaming after that pick. And it wasn't even that hard of a pick. But so here it is. Like he doesn't really need the heal. I mean, I really should still be healing him, but I saw an opportunity to maybe get a pick here. I get the pick. I carry the fight, and we should win from here on. So yeah, we start walking forward a little bit. We're not inting. Very well done by Christian, actually. Like, wow. Now we forced out the Wraith. Now we really could just be aggressive. I barely get my Suzu again. Honestly, he probably could have chilled a little bit more. But yeah, overall, like this fight, again, it's nothing crazy when you have teammates like this, especially once you get to GM. It's nothing crazy like you want to like hard carry every single fight. I think just living as Kiri is enough pressure because realistically, you're not going to be able to kill a Sojourn. You maybe could 1v1 a Tracer if you're really good, but you're probably not going to be able to 1v1 the Sojourn. So honestly, right here, I think taking the high ground is fine. Now they have an Echo, so I have to realize taking that left high ground isn't as safe as it was when they had a Reaper, because now Echo can just jump up on me and things are a little scary. So I think playing this middle platform is really safe for me. I probably could have played it a little bit more. I think I was just a little scared just because I was on stage. I think I could have played it a lot more and got a lot more damage just from a better angle. Probably could have gotten my Kiri ult faster. Yeah, I think I have a real problem now that I'm looking at this. Is just I'm not being aggressive enough. I'm a little too scared. I think I really needed to mechanically kind of gap people. Now that I'm looking back at this, trying to get away with a lot more. Yeah, memory here. Just again, just making sure that the main people that need to live are living. And playing for the long fight. Almost have my Kiri ult. They look for the Moira ult. I'm going to respond with the Kiri ult. It's 1-for-1 in these scenarios. With this composition, I don't know if I ever really want to engage first when they have a Moira. Like, they're going to have to engage first. And I think we can just use the Kiri ult to respond. But whenever I do use a Kiri ult, I really should wait until I have a target to actually go on at this rank, which really should have been the Sojourn. I don't remember what I was screaming at this point. I remember just because I'm also fight planning for the team. I remember calling for a 1-to-1, but I really should have calmed for maybe Tracer finding the Sojourn before I did this so that we could turn on that. I don't know what happens here though. Yep. I can Suzu that without really needing to worry about memory because like I will be able to keep people alive with this Suzu or the Kiri ult. I think the one-on-one trade's fine, but I think the next step would have been to find Speep and kill Speep on the Sojourn. Maybe I should have comped for that. I don't really know if you can. I don't know if you can VOD. I don't know if you can really give advice on that one. That one again is just, oh, I found an opportunity. When opportunities present themselves on Kiri, you can take them out. That right there is just practice to hit that shot. I don't think that shot was particularly hard to hit. It was more so like that could have been one that's easy to miss, but probably didn't need to use the TP there. Probably could have just walked. I think I waste TP a lot. Wow, you know what, dude? I actually am so proud of myself. I used to try to take 1v1s with echoes that are flying up. The fact that I didn't do that and I just didn't waste time trying to shoot something that's so hard to hit and just immediately went to pocketing the people that need help again. I think that was really well done. And I think a lot of people struggle with that. This having that was good. I actually, you know what, pat myself on the back for that one. Feel pretty good about that. Although this is very far from perfect. There's a lot of things I could probably do better here. Like right here, why am I scared? Walk forward, poke. Get your Kiri ult again. I get that I'm fight planning, but still, I should be doing that. Playing on stage, I get is nerve-wracking, but still, you can't have that be an excuse. So, I mean, okay, here's what's going through my mind as this top 500, top 50 Kiri player and an official. I know that they have Sojourn ults and they have beats. This fight is difficult. It's difficult. Realistically, I think what we should have done, and I don't remember what I call it, is probably play a little closer. Try to force out somebody. Either the Sojourn or the Lucio. Try to get that beat out first. Because realistically, we're probably going to beat the Sojourn ult for a 1-to-1 trade. And then we want to try to make this a neutral fight where we only have to deal with copy. To be honest, I'm looking at this fight. It's not looking one. I really just want to play fast and try to get some ults out. Maybe force some 1-to-1 splits that are in our favor. Because typically when in these metas, you want to use beats to either trade with their beat and just like we have a even trade, or just use beat for the Sojourn ult. But we used Sojourn ult before they had beat, so we want a free fight. I think we just need to beat their Sojourn ult, but we want to force their beat out first somehow before they even make an engagement. So that's definitely what I should have called. I probably didn't call that in the moment. I think the biggest thing is probably my fight plans could have been better this lane as well. I definitely didn't lead my team as well as I could have. And also just poking this whole time. I think if I poke here, I'm probably on like 50 to 60 on my ult. Maybe can get it in time to clutch up against the Echo. That is definitely something I need to work on if I really want to take it to the next level. Like the poke pre-fight needs to be happening. That's a good headshot. I mean, that's the type of stuff that I'm talking about, though. If we can maybe find a pick on that, then it's a Lucio versus Lucio fight with beat for beat. And we're talking about an 82%. Like, this is winnable now. And even after one headshot, I'm already at 46% to my ult. I definitely could have had it by now. So, yeah, we beat the... It's unfortunate, but, dude, what is Pumpkin doing? We actually almost win this. We might win this fight because Pumpkin beated for nothing. So, this is exactly what they shouldn't have done. They should have seen that the Sojourn ult was going to force out the beat. Chilled for a second, walked in with their beat. Like, that is what they should have done. Not walk into our beat. It doesn't really do anything. We actually might be able to sustain and live this. I mean, they find memory. So, I mean, they got the play that they somehow pulled it out, but I don't know. I feel like that was a lot more dangerous than it needs to be. So, we're going to lose this fight, but that's fine. Like, we knew that we weren't... Ooh, that's a good headshot. We knew that we probably weren't going to win this fight off the rip. I think the main thing I'm getting out of this is really, hey, dude, poke for your ult. Like, I have 85. Imagine if I would have gotten my ult in their rotation. We actually probably could have pulled that through. But it would have been risky, for sure. Definitely risky. So, okay, now fight plan. Try to force out the Orisa Gold. Shoot out the Sojourn next. That's going to force out the Suzu. Maybe we can find a Pulse. That's pretty much what you do if you only have Pulse. Especially when they have ultimates, you're probably going to force something out and lose this fight. But if you get to that condition and you can look to pulse something and it dies because they don't have Suzu, it's winnable. But realistically, I'm just trying to get my Kiri ult. And if we get a pick, I'll go in. But when you have 99 on a control point, you really don't want to be committing. You want to wait until all 5 people have ults, force them to not have ults, and then you win the fight. That's typically how pro players do it. So when 99-99 on King of the Hill, everyone's like, oh my God, it's so close. Realistically, the moment a team hits 99 and it's 99-0, the King of the Hill map's already won. It's already decided. Unless the pro team makes a big mistake, which typically doesn't happen because they're pro players. Yep. I mean, I can take a pot shot, but after that, it's rotating time. That's the type of stuff I think more people need to do. Making sure that the main idea of the comp is still intact. They're still not using ults here. So honestly, the moment that maybe the Sojourn drops and we call it is probably when I'll Kiri ult. So now we know that Sojourn's on the ground. I look for the Kiri ult. We're now just trading ults. I'm realistically just calling to live. And if we can live through this initial push, we can actually win. Wow, they really messed up using their ults. Oh my goodness, dude. The fact that she has gold and I saw that they already used Beam and I didn't use Suzu. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. I need to slow things down. There's a lot of things going on. I didn't realize how much is going on so fast. So here's the thing. They actually really messed up because they used 3 ults, copied a really bad copy, Orisa ult in a really bad spot when I used my Kiri ult, and then their Kiri ult kind of did nothing either. So the play now is just to live. If we live, we probably win this fight because then we're going to retaliate with an Orisa ult and a pulse that probably forced out Suzu, which he probably didn't listen, but I mean, that's fine. That condition is so hard to get. I digress. Overall, the Kiri ult was really good because we found that the Sojourn was on the ground and it forced them to use these ultimates to respond because it was actually a really strong Kiri ult. Yeah, that's going to force out the copy, so that's all obviously really good as well. I see that she uses Beam on my Orisa. Fraction of a frame, I can also hear it, but I'm like, okay. If she has gold and gets crit, she probably lives because they don't have enough damage to push, which is why I'm saying, you know what? I don't think I actually need to Suzu this. This is the conditions I was talking about, especially in, I think, the gold VOD review of the series. Like, realize that, you know, yeah, she's critical. She's in danger, of course. Like, she has very low HP, but she has gold. If she has gold, she's probably not going to die. You can probably heal through that. If she got, like, if she died or took a little bit more damage, if someone else was shooting her and she wasn't right on cover, I probably would have Suzu'd, but I didn't need to. I could hold it. Let's see if that actually helps me later in the fight, though, that I didn't use Suzu here. Yeah, that was bad. I think it was it bad, though? You'd have to look in third person here. I mean, taking this aggressive angle, I kind of have to help my Lucio because he's being so aggressive. And when I walk in, I guess it takes... I mean, it worked out. I don't think I should have done this. I think the Suzu was a little early. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I think I should have just walked with the Orisa. Memory just carried. Should I have done that? See, now I'm getting caught up. Should I have done that? I don't know. My Lucio kind of inted for it. I remember the situation now. Like we said, we called the Sojourn out of position on the side. I don't know. You could push main with the Orisa, force them into this angle, and then your Sojourn has better space. But you could also make the argument that you just killed their echo. No, I think we definitely should have went left. I think the reason I did this, though, was to try to help Big Bum, because Big Bum kind of just inted in off of my call, which, I mean, good on him for actually listening. I think the call was bad. But I did have a Suzu to use. And I did make space. Like, it worked out. I just don't know how that would work out in the actual, like, high-level environment, to be honest. Like, that could have been a troll. I think in ranked, that's an okay play. I think it's a safer play to just play with your Orisa. Oh my goodness, I did that on LAN? Absolutely diffed that kid. Oh my god, I diffed that kid. Yo, I can't aim. Oh my, sorry, I gotta watch this just one more time. I'm glazing myself. Is that cheating on land, bro? This shit's crazy. I gotta see this. The Kovacs paid off. Wow, that shot was actually crazy. That shot was nuts. Yo, I'm never hitting that again in my life. See, okay, but it's like I have aim like that. I don't believe that I have aim like that. Why wasn't I doing that in rotations? Like, why was I not poking for ult? Like, I need to poke for ult against better Kiris. Like, I should be having my Kiri ult every fight. If they're gonna rotate that slow, I probably could have done that the entire game. Just poked more in rotation and probably at least tried to deadlift a little more. What was I doing? Man, that's tough. I probably should have looked back sooner. All things considered, we did find 2 fight-winning picks. It's just like if we found those 2 fight-winning picks when I was playing as passively as I did, I think I could be more aggressive and get more ult. Especially in like when you get into these higher level games where like this is the meta, it's all about ultimates. I need to be getting my ultimate as fast as possible. Like, I don't know why I didn't think of this. But this is why you VOD review, because even me, who knows that I should be poking there and that's the right play, sometimes my ass just doesn't do it. Fudge, man. Probably could have won this lane if I played like better. So yeah, this was just, we were calling a pause. This is actually really funny. Bumjin on stage, they didn't hear us or see the chat, but Bumjin's monitor kept turning off on this map. Like, he probably played 50% of this map looking at my screen because his monitor was off. Shit was funny. Oh, I love it. I love it. See, I see that he's coming through here. We opted to take height even without a Lucio. Like, honestly, this whole fight, we probably shouldn't even review because it's just already in shambles. For some reason, they didn't take high ground. When you're playing Reaper, you have to control high ground and force them to play low so your Reaper can actually do something. Just saying. Yeah, okay. Look, I don't know what he was doing. To be fair, though, I can't really shit talk Tony because Tony then proceeded to diff us on 3 maps after this, and we had no answer on Zarya. So just the Reaper was not ideal. Yeah, okay, that right there, poor rotation. I can take advantage of that. Especially when it's a Baptiste, their comp is now diminished. Like, their comp cannot do anything. We pretty much just win. Yep, holding high ground, healing my Orisa. What should I be doing here, y'all? Should probably be looking to maybe go down. Oh, maybe go down, you know, here. Find some damage. Maybe force them to walk into me and then TP back. I'll have my TP back online before they get to me. Why am I not doing anything? You know, that's a really good question, guys. It's a really great question. Why am I so terrible? You know, I don't know. Instead, here I am holding right. Like, dude, so much downtime. It actually is kind of tilting me. Oh, maybe I was trying to help Bumjin. Yeah, I think that might have been the situation where I was like, pause the game! I remember screaming that shit. It was so funny. Good times. I definitely recommend playing in person, even if it's not for a tournament, just playing in person once. It's so different. It's so awesome. Yeah, this whole time I really should just be poking, getting some damage in. See, like, bam, headshot. Gets a kill. Why was I not doing this the whole time? This is the reason we won. Like, if you hit those headshots and your Tracer's roaming like she is and like flanking around the map and taking space and controlling it, you win games on Kiriko. Why was I not doing this? She's actually a carry hero. I'm actually delusional. So yeah, that carried the fight just by hitting a headshot. I don't know why I should poke more. I should really be poking more. Wow, it's so tilting. Oh, God. That's tilting. And I think this is just really true with any game I play. I think I always get a little nervous and I don't take space. But, like, taking space is what lets you play better. Again, bam. Like, dude. it carries fights, unironically. Just having that body shot makes it so much easier for Memory to kill Speep there. I for sure was not doing that on King's Row. Yeah. Wow. Like, I don't even want to talk about fight plans because we kind of just diffed him on this map. But actually, not true. We almost trolled this map. So I do want to look at that. But still, here, this is a good example of, hey, you're poking in between fights. I still could be doing it more. Like, okay, for example, with this fight, they have window. We don't have any ults yet. I need to be poking for my Kiri ult so that I can respond to this window and just walk through it with Kiri ult and we win. That is what I need to do. I need to get my Kiri ult. We need to win the fight before the Sojourn gets overclocked because we do not have beat. Why am I not poking? It is so important that you have your Kiri ult because that's your carry. That's your carry potential. So realistically, you should just be poking down the straightaway. Don't know why I'm not doing that. I think I'm just terrible. Maybe because I'm fight planning and I'm like trying to ult track as well. Still, not an excuse. Should be a habit. That's a great ult though by, yeah, great ult by Christian. There you go. That was a good call. I'm not even going to go through that fight plan, but the fight plan there was just to pulse, force out the ammo, and then we look for a result. Didn't think it was going to go that well, but we still almost troll this map because there's 3 minutes left, so I want to see how we almost fucked this up. But still, overall, I think the Suzus were good, like we said. I think the ults were good when I had them, but definitely could have been poking to get even more ults. So yeah, Speep just kind of carried because we didn't play aggressive enough and we shot the Malga instead of shooting the Sojourn, which was probably my fault. It was a good Kiri ult if we would have found the Sojourn first. So there's 2 things. Find the Sojourn first before we Kiri ult and walk on something that'll actually die and actually get my Kiri ult more. That's the main thing I'm getting out of this, which is still reminiscent of what we were talking about with everyone else in gold, but the reality of it is that you have to be doing this at a crazy efficient level if you are going to play at this level, and I just wasn't doing that. We still win the map, but like, that's good poke. Let me see how much I actually got out of that. I want to see how much ult charge I get out of that poke. I get 10 ult by just hitting a headshot and a body shot. I should have been doing this the entire tournament. I actually would have won this tournament if I did that. Crazy crazy how one small detail changes the entire outcome of a game. So yeah, realistically, poking more. This is fine though. We're waiting for people to get here. Probably gonna look to pulse after we force their immortality. This was a weird fight because why are we inting? Weird fight. Not good calls. We did almost troll this game. It was bad. It was bad. All right, okay, we forced out the Sojourn E. This should be GG's. If you're going to use the Sojourn E that early, we probably just win by forcing point. Yeah, heal your Tracer. I should have rotated right. I do get away with the rotate, and we do push past the window still. I called to force out the Soj. I still die. Wait, did we lose this? Honestly, that was just a bad rotation. I should have rotated right with the team instead of rotating late. Yeah, that was just bad rotate. Also bad team focus. We didn't focus the Sojourn for some reason. Wow, we should have lost this map. Actually, we trolled so hard. And then Big Bum died too. Wait, how do we win this? When we have ults. We don't have beat though. The Sojourn should just ult right now. Yep, Sojourn ults. I guess we just like bait her out? Oh my god, memory dipped. Hold up. This, I understand this isn't Kiri, but I want to see how hard memory just gapped Speed there. I gotta watch this, yo. I gotta watch this. Wait, why did Speed drop the high ground? Wait, memory just gapped him. Wait, memory's the GOAT. What the hell? Memory's the GOAT. Memory just won that fight for us. All right, cool. Now, this did nothing really say about me on Kiri here. This was all memory. We actually just gapped him so hard. Yo, that's wild. On land, too. On land, memory gaps. That's crazy. Rags played really well that map, too. And then we lost the series. after that. So, you know, you might sit there and wonder, wow, that team looked dominant on that first map. We probably won the whole game. We didn't. We shit the bed. But how could I have maybe done more on the following maps? We'd have to look at those specifically, but from the GM perspective, the two things I really need to do is poke more in pre-fight so that I can get my Kitsune, which we talked about a lot. And like, you know, even the coach is not perfect. What was I doing there? I think poking and using your TP, especially in lower ranks, like you should be doing that every fight. I don't know why I wasn't doing that. And the other thing is making sure that we have a target before we look for a Kitsune rush, which we did talk about as a team. But when you get on stage, it's a different beast. Like you sometimes just be forgetting shit. And that is something that I forgot to tell Rags, my tracer, to scout for before I use my Kyrie. To be fair, most of the Kyrie were fine, but I think a few of them could have been better. We could have won without trolling as hard if we would have been looking for that Sojourn. The last thing, honestly, is just to keep that Kovacs routine. Kovacs routine I was doing before, there are reasons why I was hitting shots I have never hit before. It is because I did Kovacs that entire week. So keep the aim training up because I was not hitting those shots consistently before. But, you know, that's a wrap. I really appreciate you all for watching the full Unranked GM series. I hope this was beneficial to you all. I'm sure I'll be doing this for other supports, other heroes as they do come out. But I appreciate you guys for watching. I hope you liked the end of it as well with my VOD. Maybe I'll do that more. But yeah, I got nothing else for you guys. Thank you guys all so much for watching. But until next time, I got to peace out and Paz out. I'll see you in the next one.